I would like to call the May 5th, 2026 City Council regular meeting and work study session to order. City Clerk Ben Lane, may I please have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Lisa Borowski.
Present.
Vice Mayor Adam Quasman.
Present via remote.
Thank you. Council members Jan Duboscus. Here. Barry Graham. Here. Kathy Littlefield. Here. Marianne McAllen.
Present.
And Solange Whitehead.
Here.
City Manager Greg Caton.
Here.
City Attorney Louis Santea.
Here.
City Treasurer Sonia Andrews.
Here.
And the clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And this evening we have Scottsdale Police Sergeant Eric Bowles and officers Kyle Shalak and Ray Wilburn, as well as Scottsdale firefighters Isaac Duran and Stephen Remke. If anyone requires their assistance, please let a member of our staff know. And thank you for being here, everybody. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I will ask Councilwoman Whitehead to lead us in that. Thank you very much. And for the invocation, I'll turn it over to Councilman Graham.
Mayor, thank you. Tonight's invocation, I'm pleased to introduce Pastor John Carolus. He is a pastor at Shepherd of the Desert Lutheran, where he has served as pastor since 2021. And there he currently oversees their contemporary worship services and spiritual care of preschool students, staff, and families. Shepherd of the Desert started in 1980 out of an office building in McCormick Ranch and built their main campus at the corner of 96th and Shea in 1983. A preschool opened in 1984 has been operating ever since. Led by senior pastor Dr. Scott Sidler, they host 500 in worship in the winter months and 300 during the summer, and a preschool enrollment of 175 students. The United School for Autism has operated from their 96th and Shea property since 2018. With a significant upcoming renovation of their Shea campus and momentum building in worship attendance, Shepherd strives to be a family of faith that connects every person in every season to the life of Jesus' promise. And I will invite Pastor John to open tonight's meeting with an invocation. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Mayor Borowski, members of the City Council, thanks for this honor, and thanks for the work you do. Can't imagine what it's like being in your shoes. For those who are willing, please pray with me. The eyes of all look to you, O Lord, and you give them their food at the proper time. You open your hand and satisfy the desire of every living thing. We thank you, Lord, for all you provide, and tonight we specifically thank you for the work and role of civil servants, our mayor and city council. Your word reminds us that you have made everything beautiful in its time, and we are blessed to live in such a beautiful city and state together. Guide these leaders, Lord, in your mercy, that they would have wisdom, patience, and humility to be exemplary decision makers and neighbors. Guide each of us as residents and stewards of this place, that we would recognize the opportunities we have to care for one another and enjoy the blessings you pour out of your abundant generosity. In your wisdom, God, you established the civil government for the service of its people. Orient the hearts and minds of these servants toward one another in such a way that they would enthusiastically pursue the good of our community according to your mercy. You have placed them in these positions for your purposes. Bless them to be successful and attentive, recognizing the unique gifts and perspectives each of them brings to the task at hand. All this we ask and implore in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you very much. For the mayor's report, first, happy Cinco de Mayo. All right. Who brought the margaritas? No? We got the chips and salsa. Speaking of which, let's talk tourism. Tourism, as we all know, is essential to Scottsdale's local community and economy. Nationally, travel is a $3 trillion industry that supports 15 million American jobs and generates more than $90 billion a year in state and local tax revenue for critical services like public safety, education, and emergency response. Here in Scottsdale, tourism is a powerful economic driver. I like to refer to it as our bread and butter and the icing on our cake. Each year, our city welcomes 11.7 million visitors who generate $3.7 billion in local economic impact, which supports jobs, small businesses, large businesses, and of course, a vibrant community that we all love calling home. Travel strengthens every sector of our economy, from healthcare and education to business and innovation. That's why today, we proudly recognize National Travel and Tourism Week and the vital role this industry especially plays in Scottsdale's success. And I've issued a proclamation today which summarizes what I've just said. And so now, therefore, I, Mayor Lisa Borowski, proclaim May 3rd through the 9th, 2026, as National Travel and Tourism Week here in Scottsdale, and encourage our community to recognize the vital role this industry plays in Arizona. And accepting the proclamation is none better than President and CEO of Experience Scottsdale, Rachel Sacco. Along with Ms. Sacco this evening is Tourism Development Commissioner Kathy McKeever, and thank you for your service, Kathy. So I'll invite you up here so I can hand this to you, take a few photos, and I'll invite my colleagues down to join us. I don't know if you all heard her say it, but that was Kathy's first, she's been short in the role, and look at her success already, so thank you very much. All right, for presentations tonight, we have the City Council recognizes proudly employees with 20 or more years of service as of May 2026. And this evening, we're going to make those presentations, or shall I say, Holly Peralta, Communications Interim Senior Director, will talk us through that, and we will celebrate them. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski and members of City Council. As I do every month, I'm here to celebrate our employees who have served 20 or more years with the City of Scottsdale. And we have 3 employees here who are going to join us up front tonight, who all have 20 years of service with the city. So I invite you to think back to what you were doing in May of 2006, because at that time, these 3 employees started their service with the City of Scottsdale, and I invite you to come forward. We have Brandon Chapman, who is our fantastic citywide volunteer coordinator. We have Christopher John, who is a building inspector, and Amy Tinder, who manages our website and keeps Scottsdale looking great digitally. So the 3 of you, if you can come up, we'll take another photo with the mayor and council members. And for the record, I remember what
Councilwoman Littlefield was doing 20 years ago. She was sitting right back there in that seat, weren't you? Let's hear it. All right. As is the case at every meeting, during this evening's council meeting, the council may make a motion to recess into executive session in order, if needed, in order to obtain legal advice on any applicable item on the agenda, and if so authorized by council, the executive session will be held immediately and will not be open to the public. However, this general meeting would resume following that executive session. Next, I'll move on to the meeting minute approvals.
Mayor, I apologize. We have one more presentation for the Scottsdale 101.
They're all here. Yes, how could I forget? Okay, recognition of the city now will recognize and we will celebrate the 2026 Scottsdale 101 Citizens Academy graduates presented by Joy Racine, Community Involvement Manager. And thank you all for coming over, by the way.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski, members of the council. My name is Joy Racine, and I'm happy to be here tonight to represent Government 101 Citizens Academy. Dig deep and discover Scottsdale Government 101. That is just one of our quotes created by our attendees on the last day of class, and you're going to hear and see more from throughout the rest of the presentation. Our Citizens Academy is interactive, informative, and is stated by one group: know your city, shape its future. Government 101 is designed to equip participants with the knowledge to actively engage in our community, understand local government, and network with other residents. It's a place for residents to learn, grow, and connect. Over the course of 10 weeks, 38 residents met weekly to hear from city leaders and department heads. They were able to ask questions, learn how departments operate, and gain a deeper understanding of what services they provide. Together, we visited the North Courtyard, heard a 92-year-old play the piano at the Care Cultural Center, we took a walk in our preserve, and we visited the railroad park. We learned how life is good in Scottsdale by going behind the scenes at the North Courtyard with our solid waste, fleet, facilities, and a peek into the TMC. We heard ways to get involved and spent one morning at the food bank where we packaged 323 healthy packs for children at the local schools. We washed over 30 of the bins to prepare for the next pickup, and we created 2 pallets of water. On another morning, we cleared bottles of alcohol, cigarette butts, and other trash all along Indian School Road. Even some of you as council members and mayor came and shared your perspective on what it was like to start with the city, what got you involved, and why you enjoy being as a part of council. I could tell you more about what we covered over the 10 weeks, but instead I'd rather have you hear from one of our participants. Tonight I have with me Daryl Tupkin, and he's going to share a little bit about his experience with the rest of you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here. My wife and I have been a resident here in Scottsdale for over 28 years and really enjoyed the Scottsdale 101 class. Didn't have any perceptions of what I was going to get out of this class, but it was unbelievable, the experience that I received. It provided me behind-the-scenes opportunity to learn about the city. It was a great introduction on how the departments work together. It's really interesting how the budget and the planning and all these different departments work together. It gave us a special insight of the hardworking men and women that make this thing work like clockwork. And the thing that I really appreciated was that the individuals, it could have easily have been an AI presentation, but they took the time and effort out of their busy schedules to come in to do a presentation to us, and we were able to learn about their individual departments, that being court or if it was planning. I really enjoyed the history lessons that Bruce gave us. You're very fortunate to have Bruce as a wealth of knowledge of the city of Scottsdale, taking us to the Titus House, which I didn't know that was in existence, or the history of the Stillman McCormick Railroad Park. boy, I've been there a few times, and I didn't really know how that came about, and thank goodness that we stole it away from Paradise Valley, and it's part of the city of Scottsdale. 75 years is a big thing for the city, and I'm really blessed that we're here, and I know that the next 75 years is going to be great for the city. The water education that we learned during our class was great, and in the direction that the city of Scottsdale is going with the renewable resources and clean water is really important. And I know the council, you have a lot of important decisions to make, and I'm really excited to see the direction that you're going to be going. The one thing that I want to leave here is that I learned that I want to be involved more with the city, and hopefully someday you will see me as part of the board and commissions. So if you see this face someday, I'm the one that's going to be involved. So thank you so much, Madam Mayor and Council, for giving us the opportunity with this class, and my fellow classmates for putting up with me for the last 9 weeks, and Joy for and her staff putting on a great program. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl, and I want to add that it's his birthday today, so
Wow.
he chose to spend it with us.
Cinco de Mayo, baby. Do you want to have are you still presenting?
I was just going to ask if everybody in the class could go ahead and stand up.
Yeah.
That was going to be
I was
my
gonna
next
say
spot,
that.
so perfect lead-in.
Perfect. All right.
So if
Please-
everybody
please
who's been
stand.
part of it, if you could stand up, we would love to recognize you.
All right. Well done. And I spy one of our own budget review commissioners, so that's exciting. So thank you all. Congratulations. All right. Well, thank you, Joy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to move on to the meeting minute approvals, and if there are no changes or questions on those, I will entertain a motion to approve special meeting minutes of March 24, 2026, executive session meeting minutes of March 24, 2026, and regular meeting minutes of March 24, 2026.
So moved. Second.
All right. All those, well, please vote. Next, we have our consent agenda
Aye.
item. Next, we have consent agenda items 1 and 2A, and I haven't heard any, I don't see any, I'll wait a minute. Does anyone have any questions or wish to have either of these, all three of these items? Any questions on any of them? If not, and we have received no speakers on these items, so I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 2A.
So moved.
Thank you. Please indicate your vote.
Aye.
Moving on to the regular agenda, item 3 is presented by Scott Celine, Budget Department Director, Greg Caton, City Manager, Tom Shannon, Fire Chief. Well, I'm not going to name all the names. They're going to get called up individually. But it is regarding the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Scott, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Very happy to be here tonight with you. It just wouldn't be Cinco de Mayo without 70 slides related to budget to go through. Looking forward to going over this with you tonight. This is one of the more lengthy presentations that we bring to you all. We'll strive to get through it in a thorough and expeditious manner. I'll present a chunk of the slides. The city manager will present a few slides, and there will be representatives from some of the larger departments to present, to briefly speak to their individual budgets. Because of the length of the presentation today, if it pleases the mayor and the council, I'll pause at the end of my section at slide 35 to take any questions that you might have on before we pass it on to the department heads. Before we get started in earnest, the release of the proposed budget, it's a very significant undertaking. There are many people who deserve our thanks for that. The budget team, department staff who participated in this effort, the Budget Review Commission, who spent many hours reviewing the budget and developing recommendations, as well as City Council for their overall direction and support in this endeavor. What you're looking at right now is the general timeline for the budget adoption. We released the proposed budget on April 3rd. And then 3 times in April, we met with the Budget Review Commission where they reviewed the budget and generated their recommendations. Today, we are here for the proposed budget presentation and also a work study with the BRC. On May 19th, we'll bring the tentative budget adoption to the City Council and the final budget adoption on June 9th. This slide shows the FY 26-27 proposed budget. Total amount is $2,118,000,000, $118.9 million. We have it split up into 3 overall categories: the operating budget, $838.2, capital improvements, just under $882 million, and then $398 in contingencies and reserves. What you're looking at right now is a comparison of the proposed budget to the 2 most recently adopted budgets. We're going to focus on the proposed budget within the oval there. I'll start about halfway down where it says total operating budget. There's that $838 million figure. When you add in the capital improvements of $882 million and then $399 in reserves and contingencies, you get the total of $2,119 million. And then when you compare that total to the 25-26 adopted budget, it's a reduction of $85 million, or about 3.8%. The slide's not advancing for me. There we go. At this point, I'm going to pause and allow the city manager to discuss some major budget highlights in the proposed budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before I talk about some of the mechanics of how we address the budget, I want to talk a little bit about our methodology, our philosophy, how we approach this. We can advance to the next slide. Thank you. And so as we approach the budget cycle, which started actually in the summer with some, I would say, some preliminary discussions with departments, following up on last year, understanding some of their needs as we entered into the budget cycle. Also, we anticipated that we could have some headwinds as it relates to our revenue stream. So we needed to create some capacity within our budget that would allow some flexibility to make strategic investments. And so that was the philosophy which drove the mechanics, which you can read on the screen. And I'll describe this just in some greater detail. But again, the philosophy, as outlined, I would encourage even audience members. It's a short read. It's the budget message by the city manager, which really outlines our approach and investment. I refer to a lot of these as investments. They're not just spending. So we invest in our employees, and the return on that investment is phenomenal. Customer service and service that we deliver to our community every single day. As an example, investing in public safety, investing in our infrastructure. And so those were the core themes. As we embark on this budget process, it's important to send the message to over 100 employees that put their hands on the budget process and to state that framework for what we're trying to achieve. So what we were trying to achieve was not just the status quo of what we did last year, but really a scrubbing of the budget line items. And so that directs me to this tool that we used. I am a budget reviewer for GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association. And so these are mechanisms that some of the best across the country utilize to develop their municipal budgets for their own city. And we're obviously an award recipient of that GFOA award for many years. And so let me describe the 10% and the 2% exercise. As city manager, I am not able to touch every single line item. I am familiar and have done that in smaller budgets, not a $2 billion budget. So what we embarked on was a process that engaged our employees to do that. And this was exactly what was done. So let's talk to the 10% challenge, if you will, the 10% goal. And so again, it's a mechanism for our employees and the organization to look at every single line item within our budget. And again, 2 purposes to that. I think it's good business for us to continue to look at those line items and not live within status quo. Line items need to change from year to year. Sometimes they go down, sometimes they go up. And really, it's a new philosophy of that approach to budgeting. And then also, again, creating some capacity so that we can make strategic investments. And so the 10% exercise, you take every line item and you get to populate, in the finance mechanism, you populate what that starts off with. You can start off with the same as you had last year. You can do zero. That's not zero-based budgeting. That's a different exercise. Or you could start with a different number. So we rolled it with minus 10%. What that did is require the departments to go through every single line item, look at it, and in many instances, they're not able to live within a minus 10%. But that encouraged them to look at other line items where they could find opportunities. And I would tell you, in conversations with every single department, at least twice at large sessions, they found those opportunities. That saved approximately $7 million. We found $7 million through that exercise. The second exercise was a 2% reduction. So if you, 2% of the positions that you have within your department, so for easy math, if the department has 100 employees, then we would be looking for them to eliminate 2 positions, 2% of your total personnel count. However, there are some exemptions. There were exemptions. Sworn personnel did not count, and so the 400 approximately sworn 409 in police department, approximately 400 in the fire department did not count. We're not reducing sworn personnel. There were also other smaller functions that did not have vacancies didn't contribute to that process. But then when you look at the -2 within your department, we went to the positions that were vacant. And so it was not eliminating any filled position. And that created saved approximately $2.6 million. So the combination of those two efforts, nearly $10 million. And then as we will discuss later, there was the subtraction or the elimination of positions, but then we were also added positions for next year. It just so happens that's a balance, pretty close. It looks as a negative on an FTE count or full-time equivalent count. It looks like we reduced more than we added. But on a full-time benefited position, I'm specifically making a distinction between full-time benefited positions and FTEs or full-time equivalents. And so the balance of adding full-time positions and eliminating full-time positions came out about 33 and 33. And so that was, next slide please, that was that process. So I go back to our strategic plan is moving forward with investing in infrastructure, investing in public safety. So how did we invest in public safety? What you see here on the $4.8 million for compensation for police and fire, that is in addition to their steps. Their step plans for both of those departments for the sworn personnel to add up to about $3.1 million of additional compensation included in this budget. And then what we see with the $4.8 million is a combination of longevity pay that we introduced last year for the police department and introducing this year for the fire department. That's about $1.4 million each, and then also a 1% market move for both that get us to the 4.8. The fire department, really proud about the significant investment. The chief has been talking about the tsunami of retirements that's coming and really making appropriate funding for that. And then obviously ambulance rollout, final phase 3 of 3. That's a good number of those positions that we added for next year as well. I'll let Chief Shannon speak to that in more detail. The $2 million for the public safety retirement, you'll recall last year, it was just on one of the previous slides, we made an investment, a strategic investment on the police side to the tune of $50 million last year. And this $2 million for the fire side is really anticipating some of that retirement that we'll see an increased rate over the next couple of years, and then some significant capital investments for these areas. Next slide, please. Really prioritizing that infrastructure. We've talked a lot about pavement over the last couple of years, pavement condition index, our PCI. It was in the low 60s. We have a goal of a 10-year plan to get that into 75. Really proud about the investment that we made in the current fiscal year of just over $40 million just for the audience's education purposes, for most years it was around $15 million on an annual basis was our regular investment in this area. So we significantly increased it in the current fiscal year to just over $40 million, and then we're proposing for next year $45.9 million. So we have over $85 million over 2 years, so significantly moving forward to improving that PCI on the 10-year plan. And then the water increased costs, and that's associated here. And we will talk more about the water infrastructure, but that last bullet there, continuing to significantly invest in this area with a significant amount of carry forward, and that was part of the strategy as well, was finishing up those projects that we already have in the pipeline, pun intended. Next slide. And wrapping up my portion of the presentation here, economic development. As council knows, we've been full steam ahead in this area and continue to make strategic investments in really what I refer to is the areas, the facilities that we control. It really started with a management restructuring under Ms. Doyle's leadership in the portfolio of city facilities that look a little different than some of our other typical government operations. So really proud of the partnership with the Giants to continue forward with that, and the Charles, and continue forward with that investment. And then Westworld, we've talked a lot about Westworld in this room and in many other rooms, and making good progress there on some, really the drainage and the significant capital investments in there. So that wraps up my section. I look forward to some discussion later. Thank you.
Next portion of the presentation looks at our general fund revenue situation. What you're looking at is the total revenues for the general fund in the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. The three largest categories, taxes, local, state shared revenues, and property taxes, primary property tax, that encompasses about 75% of our total general fund revenues. Looking a little bit more closely at the taxes local category, that blue wedge of the pie down at the bottom left, that's mostly our 1% general use sales tax, also our 0.1% public safety tax, and there are also a few smaller sources within that category like electric and gas franchise tax and cable TV franchise fee. Those are much smaller in comparison to the other two I just mentioned. The orange wedge of the pie chart, state shared revenues, that consists of state shared income tax, state shared sales tax, those are the two largest, and then also auto and lieu tax, which comes from vehicle registrations that are shared with cities. And then finally, primary property tax is about $41.1 million in the proposed budget. I'm not going to go into specific detail on all of the smaller wedges unless, of course, there are questions later. But the remaining revenue sources make up about 25% of the general fund revenue, and the total is $472.8 million. This shows our projected sales tax collections for the 1% general fund sales tax. We just do that one on the slide to kind of show what we're seeing in terms of sales tax in future years. In the orange bars, we are projecting some slower growth in sales tax over the first 2 years of the 5-year planning period, growth of about 3% in the first 2 years, before we gradually return to a more, I guess, traditional rate of growth in years 4 and 5 of 4% and 4.5% respectively. We show this slide just to emphasize that Scottsdale's overall sales tax rate of 1.7% is one of the lowest in the valley when compared to our peer cities. This slide shows our state shared revenue projections. We base our forecasts on projections from the state for these state shared revenues. Right now, those forecasts are showing modest growth in state shared sales tax as well as state shared income tax. Those are the two major categories in the state shared revenues. I do want to call your attention, it's mentioned at the bottom of the slide there, depending on what the state does in its budget regarding conformity with federal tax law, it's possible that there will be the potential hit to our state shared income tax in fiscal year 27-28. That's not the first year, but the second year of the 5-year planning window. We calculate the potential impact to be about $3 million if they do full conformity, but ultimately it will depend on what is enacted at the state level. We show this slide to show that our general fund rainy day funds are intact still. Over the 5-year planning period, the largest one, the blue bar there, is the emergency and operating reserves. That's by our financial policies, 25% of general fund operating expenditures. So that's why you see it kind of fluctuate over the 5-year period. We also carry a $12 million contingency in the orange bar there, and a $15 million revenue loss reserve. That was a new one that was started in the current year, fiscal 25-26, and it was meant to offset potentially unexpected decreases in revenue. So now, moving on from general fund revenue, we'll have a discussion about the operating budget at a high level. Overall, it's $838 million of that $2.1 billion total budget. This slide shows that our operating budget is structurally balanced. So what this table does is it takes all of the major funds on the left-hand side, that's the first column, and then the second column is the proposed expenditures in the proposed budget. And then the third column is the projected revenues into that fund in 26-27. So we'll just start at the bottom. On the total line, you'll see the total $838 million operating budget. And when you compare it to the total revenues, it's just over $1 billion in revenue. And then if you look at the individual funds as well, you'll see that overall the proposed expenditures are in line with the projected revenues. A large portion of the operating budget has to do with the FTE count within the city. The slide shows the crosswalk from the 25-26 adopted FTE number of 2,796.9. It has a crosswalk from that point to the proposed FTE level in 26-27. I'll just go over them very briefly. Phase 3 ambulance will bring 22 new FTE positions. Parks and Rec will receive 6 FTE positions. Those will be funded by the 0.15% park and preserve tax. There's 12.5 other FTE positions around the city, and then there was a total of 48.83 vacant positions eliminated. When you add all those together, you get a net reduction of 8.33 FTE, and you get to the final proposed FTE number of 2,788.57. As the city manager was talking about, another way to look at the overall staffing within a city is full-time benefited positions. So, as he spoke to earlier, the departments were instructed to review their vacant positions, and with the goal to potentially eliminate 2% of total position count without impacting the service levels. And there were a total of 33 full-time vacant benefited positions that were identified for elimination through this initiative. And the eliminations by department are listed on the right-hand side. And then when we talk about the additions of full-time benefited positions, there was a total of 33 full-time benefited positions that are recommended to be added in the proposed budget. So those are completely offset by the eliminations that we just talked about. 22 will be going to fire, 6 to Parks and Rec, and then a few more in a few other departments. Looking more specifically at the general fund operating budget, we're going to focus on the proposed budget inside the little oval there. If you look at our base, what we call our base operating expenditures, you add in the PSPRS additional payment of $2 million, and you get the total general fund operating budget of $424 million. And then when you factor in the transfers out to the ambulance fund for debt service and capital projects, you get a total general fund operating budget of $472.7 million. Okay, this chart shows ongoing revenues in blue and ongoing expenditures in red. You see historically, going back to fiscal year 17-18, that the revenues and expenditures ongoing are more or less aligned, and they kind of track with each other. And then when you get to the early fiscal 2020s, you see the revenues start to take off and the expenditures kind of lag behind a little bit. The reason for that is when pandemic-era revenues started to come in higher than projected before the expenditures could catch up. If you start to look at fiscal year, at the red line, fiscal year 23, 24, that's when you see the expenditures start to catch up to the revenues a little bit. And they continue doing so until we get to the proposed budget, and you see a little break in the rate of growth in the expenditures. That break continues throughout the 5-year planning period. The delta between the two stays pretty much constant over that 5-year planning period. And the reason why we're able to maintain that is various reasons. First of all, the exercises that the departments went through that the city manager referenced. Also some debt service that will be maturing. And then finally, the expected decreases in the PSPRS rate that due to previous investments made by the city. Just to emphasize the debt service piece, starting with the proposed budget, about $10 million in debt service in 26-27, and that climbs to 13 and 14 million, but then falls to about $7 million in 29-30 and 30-31 as some Westworld and TPC debt comes to maturity. Looking at the PSPRS issue a little bit more closely, the blue line, well, these show the historical contribution rates for Tier 1, Tier 2 employees in PSPRS, police in blue and fire in red. Looking at police first, at the high point of 63.3% in 22-23, that represented over a 75% increase when you look at it compared to 27 on the left-hand side of the chart. So at the high point is when the city started making some investments beyond what was required into PSPRS, and you started to see some of the impacts of that start to trickle into the contribution rate. The projected in 27-28, that's where you see a big drop. That's when we'll see the impact of the $50 million that we're contributing this year. Typically, you see the impact 2 years after the contribution is made. Then looking at fire, very briefly, you start at 12.5% on the left-hand side, and that increases by more than 100% and gets over 30% at the right-hand side of the chart. PSPRS historical cost, this shows the total amount paid to PSPRS split up between police and fire. And just looking at PD, it starts at 19, gets to about 22, and holds steady for several years, and then we see it start to fall off a little bit as a result of the contributions that have been made. And we anticipate the larger decrease, again, happening in 27-28. Then looking at fire, starting at 5 million, it kind of grows over time. There have been some additions to fire through ambulance and some other service expansions, but you do see it increase, and we think that with the $2 million that's in the proposed budget, that will cause that amount to hold firm and not increase. This is the operating budget by department. I'm not going to go into every wedge of this pie chart here, but combined together, police and fire make up about 55% of the total general fund operating budget of $424 million. We have some other major departments listed on the slide here, and then everything else is kind of condensed into that other core services in the bottom right. Before wrapping up with the operating budget, I just wanted to highlight, in addition to the citywide, the 1% market, up to 3% merit, and 5% step for sworn, there is the following personnel-related items in the budget. The city manager mentioned an additional $4.8 million for additional sworn compensation adjustments. There's $1.5 million for some focused, targeted classification and comp study projects. And there will be a one-time adjustment for employees that are currently maxed out in their range. That'll be about $600,000. And then about $4.1 million in vacation trade and payouts for when people leave the city. Okay, moving on to the capital budget. It's about $882 million of the $2.1 billion budget. This separates the capital budget by the individual program areas. I'm going to just highlight the total line there at the bottom in the oval. So there's about $549 million in carry forwards. That's, remaining budget for projects that are already underway. There will be another $407 million in either new projects or new budget for existing projects. When you add those together, you get $956 million on the right-hand side, and that 956, it says it in the title, is a combination of the 882 plus the $74 million in contingencies within the CIP. We talked about the one-year capital budget. This is the 5-year total of $1.88 billion. This is the breakout between the various programs. Between water and transportation, that makes up almost 3/4 of the total 5-year CIP. And you can see the other programs and what's going to them over the 5-year CIP. With that, we've covered the budget from a big picture perspective. Before we transition to having departments come up, I'd be happy to open myself up for any questions that you may have had on things that have been presented to this point.
Councilman Graham.
I just want to bookmark that. I do have questions, but I think maybe to let the departments come and then we have public comment and then I'll present my question. Because I may hear things from public comment, for example, and other department chairs, but I want to share some thoughts and have some questions, so thank you.
All right, Scott, why don't we do that? I don't see any other speakers on the dais here. So,
Okay. At this point in the presentation, we'll be having representatives from some select departments come up and speak to their specific budgets and CIP projects. Once one is completed, the next one will come up. And then once all are completed, I'll get up and conclude the presentation and once again accept any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Welcome, Fire Chief Shannon, Tom Shannon.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The fire department's budget for 26-27 includes, as the city manager mentioned, the execution of Phase 3 ambulance, which will bring our total investment into the realm of 9 ambulances daily, servicing over 20,000 calls a year for service in terms of transportation. And so it seems like it's gone quite quickly, but perhaps not for you at the dais. The city manager mentioned an investment in skills replacement. That can't not be underestimated. This is the first real investment to get ready the next generation of firefighters. The incumbent firefighters that exist inside the fire department require an upstaffing of skill sets that are departing as our members retire. And this investment is notable because it won't go on into perpetuity. It'll be over the next few years, I would say probably no more than 4 years total, and then we'll see a reduction in that investment. Included in this is also the upkeep of the normal everyday work that goes on out in the fire service in terms of assuring that our folks are ready to meet the needs of the citizens. It was mentioned that there's an additional $2 million investment in PRS on the fire side to stabilize that unfunded liability over time, bringing our fiscal year budget in 26-27 to just over $103 million. I mentioned Phase 3 of the ambulance, 9 ambulances with the ability to peak at 10 as needed. These will be spaced north and south in the city in 3 zones, if you will. We've had a great partner in Maricopa Ambulance, and they will continue to service us through the balance of this year until we're in service probably by late December of this year, no later than January. Additionally, the fire department annex, which all of you were at for the groundbreaking, will help us serve that south community by providing quarters for those southern ambulances. And so that is an outstanding addition to the capability. In the area of Prop 490, we have begun the investment. Of course, there was a small lag in the execution of the use of those dollars, and we wanted to make sure that we were fully capable of executing the plan for hires. You may recall that we have 3 community risk reduction captains that were already out doing the work of prevention services, particularly in what we call that wildland urban interface. And we have transferred those folks fully into the fund. We have just concluded our wildland urban interface position interviews. And we hope to make an offer very, very soon in that regard. And then we've enhanced those technical capabilities. We have a second TRT team in place with enhanced capabilities in and around the preserve and open spaces of Scottsdale. In addition to all those services, we anticipate the use of approximately $1.7 million from that fund annually. There's a substantial surplus that's carrying over from this year because of the late execution of the plan, but we feel very good about that. The great news, I just saw the renderings today of Fire Station 604, which many of you may know is right next to District 3. And it is truly going to be a beautiful building. What was a Jiffy Lube will become this beautiful, beautiful structure that complements D3. That investment is highlighted at about $10.3 million with a total project investment of $14.2 once capital projects makes the necessary adjustments in all areas of that project. But I cannot say how proud I am of not only our CPM team, but the fire team and our selected contractors and architects for what is just going to be an outstanding building. I can't wait for you to see it. As I mentioned, the ambulance annex that you broke ground on recently was an addition to the program. So the capital investment that was made for the ambulance project was a little bit larger than what the intent was when we first discussed this project in previous councils. This city manager saw the need to have contemporary capabilities to house our members. We were going to invest in, quite frankly, a very, very tired building just to the north of that location. And as I mentioned at the groundbreaking, he saw the need to do better and keep those buildings contemporary and healthy for our firefighters and members. That is going to be a busy house. That is going to service well over 8,000 calls a year for service, and that ambulance will be a very important part of that service delivery. That is my presentation.
Thank you. Very well done. Appreciate it. And next I see Chief Joe Leduc coming up to talk to us about police.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Our budget reflects a significant investment in employees through, as the city manager said, but in addition to things like incentives such as longevity pay and aggressive market adjustments that we've already realized even from last year, some incredible numbers in filling our vacancies, both in, for example, dispatch and officers. This year we will realize for the first time 0 vacancies in our police officer rank, which is quite an accomplishment. It also reflects an ongoing priority to utilize technology to achieve our mission of public safety. We're very focused on finding ways to make our effort more efficient and more effective. We invest heavily in things like the real-time crime centers, our drone programs, and then other automation. This budget will reflect an investment in artificial intelligence, and we're trying to apply that to communications just to add efficiency, and we found great value in that. In addition to that, we've really leveraged investment in our specialty units and staffing. So when we talk about specialty units, these are the units that, such as our digital forensic unit or our human exploitation unit, experts that really go a long way in not only preventing crime, but solving crime. And if you look at all of this stuff together, all of these investments together, Scottsdale realizes some of the lowest crime rates and some of the highest clearance rates, which really include talk about our arrest rate. So we're far below the national average in crime rates and far above the national average in clearance rates. And I truly blame some of those priorities that I just discussed as why we're able to do that. What's up on the slide are some of the out-of-budget packages that we are funding in this budget. First one was a wellness initiative. For the last several years, we really started to focus on the wellness of our employees, critically important. And this is really kind of the first time that we have a budget line item for it, and it will help us to employ some really critical processes and initiatives and efforts towards that. Additionally, additional security footprint at Westworld, and what that really means is contractual services for more municipal security guards over at Westworld. We found that as a critical need, and so we're making an investment with that, delivered as an out-of-budget package that was approved. And to meet our hiring needs, we really need to expand our polygraph group. We had one full-time polygraph examiner. We needed to expand that to another part-time just to keep up with the applications that we're getting. To make sure that we're processing them through and trying to put as many people in the academy as we can so we don't fall behind. So that was very important to us. And then it shows what our proposed budget is up there as well, $156.3 million. want to talk quickly about the Park and Preserve tax. This also filled a very critical need for us as you look at Scottsdale with the largest urban preserve in the nation, but then add on to it 46 municipal parks, all equaling about 31,000 acres of parks, preserve, and entertainment areas. It takes very specific and specialized park rangers or officers that are specially trained to use equipment such as off-road vehicles and electronic equipment such as more rugged drones to go out and search for lost hikers and whatnot. So we're looking at this budget through this Park and Preserve tax, supporting 6 sworn park rangers, a sergeant, because they need a supervisor. We're expanding that program. And we added a real-time crime center technician to help on the back end, which really marries up with those drone operations and the other electronics and cameras that are out and about these preserves and whatnot to really support that work unit. So it's a critical need, and we're very pleased about that. And then we also, so basically it's just an enhanced safety footprint for the parks and preserve that were needed very badly, so we're very pleased about that. Just to cover a couple of our CIP projects, one of the things that we're working on right now is to renovate and expand the Civic Center Jail and the downtown police facility to meet demand. We've talked about this before. That building is very antiquated, and we're looking forward to getting that completed. So the first step is moving the employees out. That's going to happen in July, and then construction should begin August 1st with a completion year around 2028. And also at the same time, or slightly into the downtown jail project, we're looking at renovating the Via Linda Police Station to increase efficiency. Again, antiquated floor plans, not really meeting the demand of the staff that we have in there. This year, we completed the top floor project, which was a remodel of our communications center and the RTCC, and now we're focusing on the other 2 floors, the basement floor, which is our patrol area that is in bad need of an uplift, and then our detective area, which is on the first floor of that building. So that project should start in probably January of 2027, and we're looking at about a 2-year remodel with that. And again, that was a 2019 bond project. And with that, we'll go to Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Leduc. And I just want to also point out, along with every other department in the city, your department saw just amazing results with crime reduction and, some very highlighted events, and good job.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Nick Molinari, Senior Director for the Parks and Recreation and Preserve Department. There we go. I'll jump right in, and we'll start with a high-level look at the Parks and Recreation Department's operating budget. You'll see our operating budget is increased by approximately $5 million from fiscal year 2025-26 to the proposed 26-27 budget. I think it's important to note that the majority of that spending is not new spending. That's the result of a reorganization and the McCormick-Stillman Railroad Park moving to the Parks and Recreation Department from enterprise operations. And then we have some additional increases in operating. They're minimal. We have approximately $179,000 in increases from 25-26 to 26-27 in the Parks and Preserve Fund, and then about $190,000 increase in the Transportation Fund, which serves as a transfer in from transportation for the Parks and Recreation Department to maintain all the city-owned medians and rights-of-way. Next slide. This slide speaks to the 14% parks maintenance allocation for the Parks and Preserve tax. So that's an operating budget that's specific to park maintenance. The highlights for this budget, which is the fund is budgeted at $3.3 million, are the addition of approximately, it's 6 new employees. We had a little bit of shuffling with the 8 that will be a support position that will be split between the Parks and Recreation Department and the Preserve Department. So we're working to efficiently manage those resources to the best degree possible. And then we have about $300,000 for new vehicles for those new parks employees. Next slide, please. This next slide, the allocation for this is the Parks Improvement allocation, which is a 51% allocation from the new Parks and Preserve sales tax. That 51% allocation is really, the majority of that is capital. There are some non-capital expenses in the park improvements budget, but the highlights include $6.8 million in transfers to the CIP for park improvements, about $300,000 for the replacement of park benches, picnic tables, barbecues in our older aged parks in the southern part of the city. And then one thing is important to note, we haven't talked about it here tonight, but we have followed a similar path and a similar approach to the rest of the city regarding capital. So we did go with a design-first approach for capital with all the projects that are in this budget. So we took out projects that had been in the plan last year in 25-26 that were just estimates that we had put together to match revenue. We're working on those estimates in 26-27 as part of the proposed budget. Those estimates, the designs would be for improvements at El Dorado and Vista del Camino parks, Agua Linda, which is Scottsdale's first park, Paiute Neighborhood Park, Apache Park, and then improvements to Chaparral Park and the Chaparral Park Dog Park. Next slide. This allocation, which is the 18% of the 0.15% Parks and Preserve tax, is for preserve operating. And I think it's important to note that in 25-26, we eliminated the general fund allocation to the preserves operating, and that was assumed by the Parks and Preserve tax. So the highlights of this tax, of this fund, we have, it's approximately $3.4 million in total expenditures. That's 10.2, so the other part of the 0.8 FTE in the Parks and Recreation Fund. Approximately $2 million of that is preserve planning and admin. That's staff, vehicles, fleet, healthcare. And then we do have $1.4 million for various preserve initiatives that were defined through the Parks and Preserve Sales Tax Initiative for Sonoran Desert education, or for Sonoran Desert preservation, wildland fire mitigation, invasive plant management, and Sonoran Desert education. Next slide, please. So the next two slides will focus on our highest priorities related to capital, and they're both 2019 bond projects that we continue to make progress towards. The Indian Bend Wash Lakes and Irrigation Project is focused in Vista del Camino and El Dorado. We are making significant progress with that project right now. They just started to fill the two new lakes on the Vista del Camino side, which is exciting for us. That 2019 bond project has incurred $13.4 million to date. We do project the $21.2 million in 26-27. We think the project will be done close to the end of 26-27, and the total project budget is $34.6 million. This is a really critical project for those two southern Indian Bend Wash Parks, which haven't had the investments that we've made in Indian School, Camelback, and Chaparral Park. So that'll enhance water quality. It'll eliminate seepage in the lake. There's significant erosion in the low flow channels. So we'll see some major improvements in those South Scottsdale parks as we wrap up this project. Next slide. And then we are moving fast and furious on the new dog park at Thompson Peak Park. That is a 2019 bond project. The total project budget is $6.4 million. We've incurred 1.8 to date. The additional budget is 4.6 million. We expect that project to be done at the end of the summer. So we're really excited about that. And that'll be a 3.5 acre dog park that will have 3 separate dog cells. Happy to answer any questions that anybody might have. No questions.
No, there are.
Oh.
Nick, give me one second.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
if you wouldn't mind sticking up there for a minute. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Thanks, Nick. Can you go back 3 or maybe 4 slides? Go, yeah, right, that one. So the bottom bullet point, can you explain, you said you you removed CIP projects. Could you explain that last bullet point?
Yeah. So we have some transfers to the CIP. Thank you, Councilwoman Whitehead. I probably didn't cover that in enough detail. We have some transfers to the CIP for replacement of aging asphalt tennis courts throughout the city. I think there's 3 of them to replace the aging water feature at El Dorado Aquatic Center. And then the rest of the projects, we have taken the project budgets out of the 5-year plan and we have budgeted for design. So we have designed for Vista El Dorado improvements that were identified in the 2018 master plan, improvements at Chaparral Park, Agua Linda Park, Paiute Park. So those projects, we will move into design for those projects in 26, 27. And then as we have a realistic expectation about what those project budgets are, we will bring them forward to council.
So that's a departure of how we do things, because it implies that these costs aren't coming, but the costs are coming. So the design is a small part. Do we have estimates of how much was pulled out? I guess I could look at I have my CIP book right here. Do you have an estimate of how much we've pulled out of the CIP?
Councilwoman Whitehead, as it relates to the Parks and Preserve tax, I don't have that information in front of me. I'd have to get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman McKellen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your explanations on everything, Director Molinari. I started to laugh when you said the water was being filled in the lakes. I received 2 texts from citizens, one with pictures from former Commissioner Davis. He was on his bike watching. People are very excited about this. And, they keep asking the questions, how deep the lake is, all that. But actually, I asked you that and for aeration. But my questions are not about the lake. Congratulations on working on them. My questions are about and I don't know if this is you or another area, so I'm asking you, the shade and tree plan throughout the city, is that under your department?
Mayor Borowski, Councilwoman McAllen, no, the tree and shade plan is not managed under my department. However, we are working very closely with the planning department on the implementation of the tree and shade program. There's actually some shade components that will go into Vista Del Camino Park as part of the project that we're working on now. That will be additional trees and shade that are funded through that. So we're working very closely. We're a partner with the planning department on the tree and shade plan.
Excellent. Okay. So then my next question with that is, I believe there's a new position, an urban forestry person. Will that person answer to you or to planning?
Councilwoman McAllen, the urban forester will live in the Parks and Recreation Department.
Okay.
So it will report through us, and that position was actually funded in this current fiscal year, the 25-26 fiscal year, so we're recruiting for that position now. And 2 of the new positions, 2 of the 6 or 6.8 positions in the 26-27 budget are urban forestry techs. So really a process of building our urban forestry team so that we can start to assume some of the work that we've been contracting out for a long time. And we are really, really excited about that initiative where we can gain some autonomy in how we care for our trees.
Excellent. And is that out of 490 funds by chance?
It is, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. One more question for you. In the CIP, community facilities, the parks improvements, it talks about construction-related design, but it says demolish and reconstruct, renovate restrooms and storage facilities, El Dorado, Vista, Thompson Peak, and Chaparral. But next to Chaparral, it says boat dock. Are we rebuilding the boat dock at Chaparral?
Currently, we do not have a plan to rebuild the boat dock, but we do have a plan for planning of improvements and design of improvements at Chaparral Park. So that boat dock is something that we hear a lot about, and we have people who are very passionate about the boat dock. They love the boat dock. So that's something we'll look at, and we certainly recognize the value that our community sees in that space.
I was going to say that is definitely community outreach worthy, the amount of people that use that. Thank you for your time. Sorry I had so many questions, but love my Parks and Rec.
Thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
And next, we'll ask Thyra Ryden-Diaz, who is the interim Water Resources Senior Director, to talk to us about water resources.
Good evening. It's Tira. It's Tira Reindia, so it's a silent H. So I know it's a hard name, but you'll get it. So I'm just going to jump in and go quickly on the slide. This is day 7 for me, so work day 7. So I have our Assistant Director, David Wallaby, in the back in case I need backup. So next slide. So this is our water and sewer operations for this proposed budget. So the rates were brought to you at the end of February, and there was a council presentation on that. So that's a 4.5% water rate increase. 3.5% of that is operations and maintenance, and 1% is new source and supply, which has all been in the news lately. So that will help us with that. There's a 3.5 sewer rate increase, and then an additional $4.1 million for utilities, so that's mostly power requirements, and then just under $1 million for additional water purchase costs and chemicals. The chemical markets just accelerated quickly. And then a note to the budget is that the Bartlett Dam feasibility was moved from capital to operating, so we are participating in that feasibility study with, I think, 23 other communities to ascertain what the capital investment would be to raise that dam. So next slide. So these are just a highlight of 3 of the capital projects that are in the proposed CIP. The first one is the water source and supply. This is actually $100 million that is not in this year's CIP. It's in the next year's, in the 27-28 in the 5-year plan. So, and that's to obtain and facilitate water sources and supply. Next slide. Wastewater system improvements is the next project we're highlighting. And so this is to design and construct sewer lines, to complete treatment plant work, and to rehabilitate sewer manholes. Next slide. Crossroads East is the water system improvements in the Crossroads Reach area. It's to increase the Site 55A booster pumping facility, and actually we have a design contract that we're just working through right now that will come to for your review and hopefully approval in June to kind of rebuild that whole site and provide some increased capacity. And then it's also, this capital project also includes to install approximately 4,200 linear feet of 30-inch transmission main to serve current and future connections. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Whitehead.
Thanks, Mayor. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you.
How many days?
Well, I mean, I've been at the city 27 years.
Yeah, but
it's
7?
Day 7. Working day 7.
Working day 7.
I studied over the weekend, so we can count those too.
Let's count them. All right. Can you go back a few slides to the source and supply? Well, that one too, as well. I mean, I guess I know that this budget is evolving, but the needs and the approved plans and are for this year, not for 27-28, because we're looking at uncertainties. But just go back one more slide. Let's talk source and supply. Where was that? Right there. Yeah, I have a question. So the term source and supply is pretty open-ended. Is there some place in this that tells the ratepayer that, in fact, this money is dedicated to strategic plan top objectives? I mean, where do I find that? Because I couldn't find it.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to help answer that.
Yeah, let's
Support my colleague that's been on this position for 7 working days. And so it's not going to be a short answer because I think a good number of community members are also interested in this answer. So I think it's helpful to back up. And we back up when we presented the capital budget about a year ago to the Budget Review Commission. There was a project in the budget review, in the capital budget for advanced water purification. And we had previously estimated this project about 15 to 20 million. And what we proposed a year ago was that it was going to move up to $67 million. And the Budget Review Commission said, this is significantly increased. You should take a look at this. You really need to take a hard look at this project. So we did just that. So what we embarked upon was having a third-party engineering firm review the advanced water purification. This goes by a couple different names. Now it's emerging as Pure Water. And so at the time of putting together the budget, we did not have the capital expenditure number. Since then, we have a draft, and we've shared that with City Council. It is still emerging, but we at least have a realistic number, and lo and behold, guess what? It is more than the 67 million. So we were wrong on the 15 million, we were wrong on the 20 million, and I'll come back to why it has changed, or at least a component of why it's changed.
Greg, can I interrupt? So my question is a little different than the answer I'm getting. So maybe I better rephrase the question. So listen, if certainty was a requirement in a CIP budget, the budget would be zero. There is no certainty. So that's not my question. My question is that the City Council, the city, has a strategic plan that tells the ratepayers how we're going to get from today to tomorrow with a more diversified water portfolio. And if that's going to change, that's a whole nother public discussion that we need to have with data, community input, a work study session. We've had none of that up here. So my question is very specific. It's not how much it costs. My question is, are the ratepayers getting what they're paying for, what they are expecting, which is that these dollars fund the strategic plan projects? There's 4 of them. And one of the project that is considered most urgent is the APRW, what you just call pure water. And as you yourself said in a meeting with me, it is the only water source that we have that is certain and cost effective. So the question is, if we pass this budget, we have what looks like a very open-ended line item, water source and supply. That's not usually how we do things. We tell the ratepayers, or we tell the taxpayers, depending on what the line item is, what they're paying for. So the question is really just a yes or no. Does this water source and supply fund APRW, or does it give staff some sort of leeway to change a policy administratively? That's the question. It's really yes or no. Does this fund APRW and the other initiatives, or can it be used for other sources? And I know that you've done a good job looking for other sources. We'll probably need other sources, but we have a strategic plan, and and that tells us how do we get to a more diversified, secure tomorrow that's also cost effective.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Whitehead, I apologize. I thought you wanted a complete answer. The answer is yes. Thank you.
Okay, so that's really good. Thank you. Can we get that in before we adopt the budget? It would be good to just simply say water source and supply and add that it is strictly for APRW.
It's not for that, so no.
Okay, so the answer is no.
Well, you changed your question. Your question was 2 different times when you restated it.
Okay.
I was answering your first question, which the answer was yes, and the second question you switched to the AWP.
Okay, so let's make sure that everybody in the audience knows what we're talking about, as well as your council members. Okay, so.
I was headed in that direction with the first answer.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long night. I'm trying to keep it short. So my question is, water source and supply, does that allow changes to the strategic plan projects, spending outside of the strategic plan? Can those changes be made administratively versus via a policy from the council?
As you see from the screen, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Whitehead, this is 27-28. We're proposing the 26-27.
Yeah, well, that's another concern of
I
mine.
can't change anything that's not in next year's budget.
Yeah, well, that's a concern too.
It's not in next year's budget.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, I would say that, okay, so we're not funding the strategic plan. Thank you.
I issued a memo today to answer the update on the strategic plan. I
I read that. I read that, and I had the same
That
questions.
provides a complete answer. Thank you.
Actually, I read it and it did not. So I would say that that's concerning to me, and I'll be looking forward to a work-study session where we discuss a council-approved policy and whether or not we're sticking with it, because water is the most important service we provide. Thank you.
Just to chime in before I move on to Councilwoman McCallan, I have to tell you, Councilwoman Whitehead, your questions were not clear. And so I don't think we had a clear discussion on any level. So, I know Tyra here is kind of on the spot, but let's just focus on asking as direct questions about this particular budget as possible. So, Councilwoman McCallan, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you and congratulations on your new job. You are being thrown into the fire, good thing it's water, to save you. I would like to see, I saw the memo that you issued, City Manager, and it does seem specific, but numbers aren't attached to it. It does seem like it's just a global number. I would like to see, and maybe that's also a suggestion from the BRC, specifically outlined what's that 100 million for. And if it's not there yet, I would like to also see a study session so we can decide on that if we're doing advanced water purification, pure water, and how much, as well as if we're purchasing other water someplace else and how much, not just one big number. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question going back to page 55, which is the one immediately before this. We discussed water rate increases of 4.5% earlier in the year. The 1% new source and supply, I think, might be what Councilwoman Whitehead was getting at, which is kind of the flex, if you will. What will that be applied to? Not necessarily the purification process, but alternate supplies as we go through the process. So, Tyra, do you have a comment on that? Can you talk to us about that 4.5% and what the 1% new source means to us, and how does that plug into the conversation about future additional supplies?
I'm happy to help if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
You need to save me. You can save me. So Mayor and members of council, so the 1%, from what I understand, and I was here for the discussion in February when we were talking about the 1%, is to find those new sources, right? We're in a situation that we didn't think we were going to be in this soon in this century. So, I mean, everyone's seeing the pictures, right, of Lake Mead, and it's dropping I think that today they told me it was dropping 1 foot every 4 days, rapidly going down to the critical elevation. So it's all concerning, right? And we could have a great rain season. It could have big snowpack next year. That may not be, but there are dwindling supplies. That the memo that you all received about, the hydraulic lookout on the Colorado, these are all things we just have to consider. So that 1% when it came in was to be we knew we need to find new sources, right? We need to make sure we're sustainable and we have other sources. We've done a great job at banking water. We've done all the things to make us very sustainable, but we need to look for that next step. And so that's what the 1% was there, is the 1% was to go out and find the next step. And then, and as to the strategic plan, there's 5 points to the strategic plan. It's not just water purifying, it is also finding new sources and additional sources and, expanding and finding different ways that we can use water that's already in the valley or obtain it or get other long-term storage credits. So it's a number of things. And our sustainability for water is not just one thing. So I just attended the Arizona Water Conference this last week, and one of the really simple takeaways I got is they said, there's no silver bullet to this water. There's buckshot, right? So there's a bunch of things we need to do. And that's actually kind of what our strategic plan does. It says we need to look at, water purification. We need to look at, perhaps reclaiming some of our sewer flow. So there's a lot of things that go into it. So we really need to think about it broadly. And, the 100 million is sitting out there because to say, we know we're going to have to do something. We just don't know what that is. And, I've been an engineer for a long time. I like to have actual numbers, not these numbers where we're like, we think this is what it is, right? We need to have a little bit more, my background's all capital projects and planning them, and I've never been over budget here at the city in my 22 years of capital projects, and to really plan that, and that just takes extra time to plan it up front. And I know it's not the quick answer, it's not the thing, but it's a more precise answer. And it also allows us to really evaluate if those costs are what we want to pursue or not. And we're in a great position to pursue some of these things that are more expensive for other cities to do. And we have the funding to do lots of things that will cover the buckshot items.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And the Bartlett Dam feasibility and move from capital to operating. So clear this up for me. Does that ensure that we've got a seat at the table in the Bartlett Dam feasibility? Our position is maintained? Nothing's changed, right?
No, Mayor, members of council. So I think I was having a discussion on Water Resources Day. I think some of the problem with the Bartlett Dam issue is that everyone thinks we just have this number out there and we were going to participate. There's 23 communities that are participating. So our payment into that collective feasibility study is our seat at the table. And then whether or not that we will, how much we'll buy into it or how much capital costs that we'll buy to get the percentages is when Roosevelt was brought up, I was educated today, that same thing happened where people participated, but then only a few cities bought in to get that extra water. So those are things to look at and see. So we've got our seat at the table for that, and when we have more information about how much that water is going to cost us, then we can have that discussion with council and we can decide you guys can decide what's best for the city going forward.
Agreed. So that's a policy decision. I thank you for that answer. So the capital is just the feasibility. The operating is just the feasibility, and the capital would be developed once there's the buy-in, and that's decided upon.
Yeah, mayor, members, and council, yeah, and I think that's just a lot safer way to go, that we know what the money is, as opposed to making a policy decision that we're going to spend 200 million, and maybe it's not, maybe it's more. Like, we don't know what that is. So let's get the study back. Like, I'm a big proponent of doing feasibility studies, design, and then have really construction numbers. That's sort of my wheelhouse. And so we just can make much better decisions that way.
Okay, and so the discussion that was just had about the 100 million, that would be brought forward in the next fiscal year budget, not this one.
Yeah, mayor's member council. So it is in the 5-year. It shows in the 5-year. But we wouldn't have that now. If there's something that happens, we could certainly come to council. You could appropriate other money. I mean, there's options, but we know it's out there because there was a lot of comments about not having a placeholder. So it's sort of our placeholder in that 5-year CIP, and when we know more, we'll absolutely share with you that.
But it's not earmarked for any specific project as of this point in time?
It is not.
Okay. With respect to, because I think this was the goal of the discussion earlier, with respect to the advanced purification system, or part of our water product or infrastructure, that has been a big focus for Scottsdale, a forward-thinking focus in terms of how to have a backup plan or a secondary plan for water shortages. And so can you describe for me where that project stands right now? I know it's been taken out of the CIP, and I understand the explanation, which is we had no idea what it's going to cost. So in the interest of being prudent and responsible, we're not going to be funding a project. We have no idea how much it costs. The concern that I would have about that, and again, this is a policy decision, we're not having that discussion right now. The concern I would have about that is we aren't funding it on a 5-year projected cycle, which we ordinarily would be doing for the CIP project. So talk to me about where that project stands in particular.
Mayor, members of council, so one of my first projects when I moved up to CIP from Development Services was I had been there a couple years, and I managed the expansion of the AWT, so we started that in 2007. We can kind of complete it like 2010, 2011. So I was involved with all of that, and I was all cutting edge, and we were the first in the country, and there's a lot of things to be proud of there. And we had a lot of very smart people think out of the box. And so because of that legacy, if we choose to move forward with the pure water, we're ahead of the game. So we don't have to start from scratch. We can do things, we can add a couple of things to our process. The problem is it has to do with the rules of the state. So we don't know what the rules of the state are to know what the process would be. So there's a bunch of unknowns, and there's quite a few unknowns. Like we can solve engineering problems with a few unknowns and have some factors of safety in there. There's a lot of unknowns in there. And so, so we're in a good situation if we choose to do that, but knowing what the rules are is really important to kind of make that policy decision.
That made a lot of sense. So ADEQ moved the ball a little bit, I understand, or maybe a lot of it. Is that what?
Mayor, members of council, it's just, yeah, and it's not completely clear that it's not as nailed down as we are to kind of move forward, and those are shifting a little bit. So when we really have and that was a really big discussion at the water conference last week. So there's a lot of balls in the air. So we just got to wait till, they catch one and keep it.
That makes sense. Okay, and this question is for City Manager Caton. And just getting back to the $100 million, I guess not specifically earmarked, CIP funding, that would be, just to confirm, a policy decision by the council as to where that money would be allocated. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And just to briefly expand on the thought process is once, as my colleague is saying, some of that uncertainty is settled, and then we'll return to council in that discussion over the next 6 to 9 months, and then that will prepare us a year from now. Then we will have the decision whether we move forward with acquisition of new water or that project. So this really prepares us for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great. I appreciate both of your responses. Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a good conversation. I kind of wanted to hold my questions till after, but I just want to say a few comments about the water issue, even though I wanted to hear from the public, but kind of before we got into this. So, but every time we have I also understand that we're kind of going topically, and people have questions they want to ask. I'm excited we're doing the Bartlett Dam. Can you say just a touch more about the Bartlett Dam? And well, first of all, I agree that the feasibility should definitely be in the operating budget. I mean, that doesn't, to me, it wouldn't make sense to put it anywhere else. And maybe just say just a little more about the timeline of that. And have you modeled like your forecasted any percentage of our water portfolio that might supply, or is that premature? And I don't want this, this is a budget conversation. This is not a policy conversation, so I don't want to go too far into policy, especially knowing that we have a water policy discussion coming up. So, thank you.
Okay, Mayor, Councilman Graham, and members of council, I don't have any of that detail.
Okay.
I haven't done a deep dive. I understand the capital number that was in there, and that
Right.
we took it out, that it was really just a, number we kind of grabbed and popped in to, kind of encapsulate it. So I don't have it, but I'm happy to find out. I have
That's
not
fine.
had any of those meetings yet, but I will, and I'm happy to return some information to you.
No, that's fine. Maybe you could remember that for when we do have our work study.
Absolutely.
That'd be a good opportunity to talk about that. I read City Manager Caton's strategic water plan correspondence, and I thought it was clear. I mean, we passed the strategic water plan in '24, and like you said, it's got multiple prongs, 5 prongs. It's not just one, and it's not just one, pass or fail acid test. Are we doing toilet to tap or are we not doing toilet to tap this year? So I thought it was a good memo and a good communication. I wanted to share my opinion on that. And I think, maybe if we can try to refrain from the strategic plan or water study debate here and just focus on this as a budget discussion. The $100 million, that's a placeholder. We have flexibility with that. Our people are exploring ways to strengthen, augment our portfolio. There is, like you said, it's going to be kind of a multiple prong approach, and it's probably a reasonable placeholder amount. It's not this year. We have a 5-year capital budget. It's within the 5 years. Not only is it within it, it's next year. And it gives us flexibility to be able to adjust to opportunities that may arise. And the reality is that there may be opportunities that come up as far as acquisitions. We've tried some of that. Purchasing water rights, partnerships. How you're going to the ideas that are going to come up on this, we can't even predict, in my opinion. There are going to be opportunities, and it's good to have a placeholder for that. But also, our staff and this council can be flexible, and when the time comes, we can adjust. We can make adjustments. And it just says nothing about. Plus, it also just sets a tone like we're doing nothing or we're falling behind. I think that's what this conversation kind of does. We're not talking anything about how much water we've been banking. We get way more water from the CAP than we use, and we bank it. We're not even talking about the home inspections and efficiency audits and water smart technology and the advanced metering that we're doing. We're not talking about the rebates for permanent savings, turf removal, water sense fixtures, smart controllers, spa and pool removal. We're not talking about our reclaimed water leadership and what we are already doing with the advanced water treatment facility at our water campus. So we're not talking about any of that. And it might give the impression that we're falling behind. And the toilet to tap concept, ADEQ is developing standards, and those are changing, and those are actually becoming more stringent. And nobody else does that in Arizona. Nobody else does that. Not a single municipality pumps that into their drinking supply. Nobody. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilman Graham, and members of council, so there are plants that are under construction. City of Phoenix has a Cave Creek one. We went to lots of presentations about it. So
I understand
they
that
are doing purified water. So, and that is probably, to understand that that's a really big question.
But I'm saying right now, nobody's pumping it in right now. So Phoenix is hoping for 2029. I know Tucson is building one, and they're looking at 2031. And it's like, hey, why don't we thoughtfully observe them and we can learn from them?
Sure.
But nobody does it right now.
No one is blending purified water straight into the drinking system in Arizona right now.
Yes.
California does have that occurring and has had that occurring for a while. So Orange
Very
County,
good.
so there are other places, so yeah.
So I kind of sort of broke my rule a little bit and wanted to save my questions till later, but I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And in keeping with your comments, to keep it to the budget discussion, that was your point. And so I think we wandered a little. But meanwhile, I want to hear from Councilwoman Littlefield.
This isn't directly regarding the current budget, but I just had a thought in my head, and I was wondering if you had any information regarding it. Is there any thought or a discussion about working with Mexico, who is also on the river water and below us, to do some sort of a joint desalinization plant?
Mayor, Councilman Littlefield, and members of council, we are not directly doing that, to my knowledge. Scottsdale is there. It has been some talk. There has been some discussion about doing that as a larger effort, but to my knowledge, Scottsdale is not directly involved with that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Whitehead
Yeah, I am.
closes us out.
Thank you, Mayor, and I am going to stick to the budget, but I do want to answer Councilwoman Littlefield's question sort of in a budgetary way. So desal is available from California at $7,000 an acre foot. Right now, the city of Scottsdale is paying $300 an acre foot or so from the cap. So water's available. It's just how much do you want to pay? And that's why we had the strategic plan, was to get the most certain water at the cheapest price. So my concern about this budget is that if we put no numbers in, recognizing we are going to have needs for water next year, even, and we know that the costs are coming, what we're doing is modeling ourselves after Gilbert, and that didn't work out so well. So my point is, we don't ever have certainty. I'm an engineer. I worked on capital projects in the government as well. So we're aligned there. But we always put a placeholder in so that our ratepayers don't get spiked down the road. So we know the dollars are coming, or we know the costs are coming, and we do a disciplined rate increase based on modeling to make sure that we don't have spikes. And nobody ever minds if we have to, bring down those or stabilize the rates. But I just want to. That is what I'm looking for in this budget. I don't think I'm going to get it, but we know the costs are coming. We need to anticipate the costs and do that conservatively so that our rates reflect those future needs. And I just want to say, out of the budget, out of the strategic plan, there are, besides conservation, there are 4 major sources, and 2 of them are recycled water. So we're always looking for that forever water, not that one-time groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think just to close us out on this, I thought we just identified 2 placeholders in the budget, in this proposed budget, upcoming budget. So I think we're good with respect to, forward thinking. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you.
All right, moving right along, we have Westworld, and Will Lofdahl will tell us what's new and exciting at Westworld.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm Will Lofdahl, General Manager of Westworld. I'm here to outline the proposed budget for Westworld for 2026-2027. In 2025-2026, we adopted a budget of $8.1 million, and in 2026-27, we're proposing a budget of $8.7 million. The amounts do not include indirect costs or a significant portion of utilities that are budgeted within facilities. This is why the total budget does not line up with the quarterly Westworld statement of operations. We have an increase of 5 FTE positions. We've added an event director. For the last number of years, we've had 1 event director with the number of events that we have. Last year, we only had 8 days where we didn't have an event, so we're doubling up on on our event directors so we can better service our clients. We're also adding 8 part-time proposing the adding of 8 part-time maintenance workers. We're going to have a reduction in contractual services, which is a decrease for costs of property, liability, and workmen's compensation insurance, as well as organic waste removal. And we're requesting additional funding for equipment needs. We're asking for a reach lift for our maintenance department, and also for a disc pull for for the grooming of our equestrian arenas. And we're asking for a software package to help with event management. We're looking forward to 4 drainage projects coming up in the next while. The first one we'll initiate here in July, which will take a drainage pipe across 94th Street over to 96th, which will help dramatically the draining of rainwater that we get during the rainy times of the year. We're also looking at an upcoming project along Westworld Drive for widening that channel. And then in the core campus, we're looking at projects coming up next year and the year thereafter. As far as capital projects, we're looking to do a design study for $150,000 for a Westworld comprehensive wayfinding and signage system. This is a big weakness at Westworld. We don't really have very good signage for a facility that is nearly 400 acres. So if approved, this will be a big benefit to us. And again, that's for the design of that project. And we're also asking for a design for a cover of Westworld Arena number 7. A number of our shows are highly desirous of having Arena number 7 and the Arabian Horse Show in February. They require that, so having that added to our portfolio would be a great advantage to us. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great job. I'm excited to see that drainage repair, or improvement, I should say, get going. Where is Arena number 7? I should know this, but which one is it?
It's on the south side of the facility.
Is it covered currently?
It's not covered, no.
You're going to cover it. Are you going to cover it? Is that what you said?
Well, we're planning to do so.
Okay.
Right now, we're asking for monies with which for a study for the design.
Oh, got you. So it's not approved yet? You're
Not approved yet, just the design is what we're asking for.
Okay.
We hopefully the following year, we could maybe do the cover. Or maybe.
I think if we're going to be asked to contribute or to approve funds for the design, we should be looking at approving the project too. That would seem to make sense, just my 2 cents there.
It'll take this year to do the design, and then we'd be looking for doing the cover the following year.
Right, I understand that, but we wouldn't want to approve the design cost if we're not approving the project. Are you following me? I mean, this isn't a feasibility study because you already have the evidence that it's 100% needed out there or thereabout. So typically, don't we approve the design once the project is approved?
Madam Mayor, we're taking this, I appreciate the question, we're taking this in 2 phases to do the design, and then we would plan in just the subsequent year we would plan to add the construction or after we have established the design, the cost through the design.
Okay, as you wish. There we go. I don't see any other speakers on this one. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Allison Timku, City Engineer and Transportation and Infrastructure Senior Director. You are going to talk to us about transportation and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our pavement overlay program, and I know that City Manager Greg Caton had done a brief overview of this in his slides, but basically we're looking to fund this at $45.9 million this year. We did do a big increase from previous years where we had previously, last year we increased it to approximately $40 million, and years before that was kind of routinely funded at about $15 million. So this is, you know, a big investment in our paving program. Next slide, please. So this project is a bond project. It's build a bridge on Thompson Peak Parkway over Riata Wash to improve safety. It's basically, we have the eastbound bridge out there. It was built by DC Ranch back in, I think it was 2000, and I think I have the year. You probably know. 2004, I think. Oh, 2000. And with the agreement that the city would build the westbound portion, and that was approved through the bond 2019, and we're currently in design of that, and the scope is basically to design and construct the bridge and realign the roadway. Next slide, please. Okay, so those are the 2 projects that I was going to discuss. I also wanted to just quickly highlight the Shea and 66th Street pedestrian crossing. I know that there was some questions from council on that. So basically that project is a new project, and it's to build a pedestrian hydrant beacon, or otherwise known as a hawk, at 66th Street and Shea. And that area of Shea has a lot of high volume, high speeds. It's a very wide crossing. Those are areas where we would typically look at facilitating the crossing with a hawk. And there was a study done back in 2024 that had looked at the number of pedestrian crossings. The number of pedestrian crossings was just a little bit lower than the threshold of when we normally do a hawk, but that doesn't preclude us from doing it because basically it's a safety issue and we really wouldn't want people crossing mid-block without the light, without the beacon. And that's what we found is happening. So we've done some modification at 64th Street to the traffic signal and the timing to actually assist with getting people across the street, and that was not effective. People were still crossing mid-block. It is 1,000 feet away. So again, that's why this project is in the budget, and it's at just under $600,000. So, and with that, I can have any questions, or if you want to continue on to the next presenter.
Councilwoman, we do have a question. Councilwoman McCallan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Allison, you said the hawk at 64th, 66th Street, that's a new project?
Correct.
Okay, was that put above other projects that have already been in line? Is it pushing other projects back that had been done prior, had been waiting?
We had looked at all of our projects and prioritized them amongst each other. With the new CIP review team, we look at all the projects from all the departments, and we look at the priorities.
So, again, my question is this being moved up and other ones being moved back?
No.
Okay.
I don't see any, oh yes, I do. Councilman Graham.
That's kind of how capital budgeting works. I mean, you have projects that changing in priorities, and every year you reassess. I mean, that wouldn't make sense for us to be stuck to a 2 years ago budget approved by a prior, completely different city council under using totally different circumstances, for us to somehow use that as a measuring stick against ourselves, right? Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor, Councilman Graham, and we did precisely that this year. We looked at all the projects from all the departments and had to reevaluate which projects maybe were no longer a priority. When you're looking at new projects, you have to compare them to the existing projects as well to see where the priorities lie.
I've always kind of thought that our CIP, the projects in our CIP, there were too many zombie projects. And not to use kind of a colloquialism, but I think that it seems to me like staff has really tried to kill some of those zombies this year. Can you maybe, can you name I made one person laugh. Can you name maybe a couple examples?
Okay, Mayor, Councilmember Graham, yeah, at one of the council meetings, I did present to you two projects that were removed. One was the Fifth Ave and Goldwater Park. Again, we had removed that from the budget because there's a lot of private development construction in the area and a lot of impact on the local businesses. So we've moved that out of the 5-year plan, and it can come back on a future date if it becomes a priority again. And then the other one was the Pima Park pickleball courts that I mentioned. Again, we would plan to do those in the future when we actually are able to do the improvements to Pima Park, but that is relying on a large drainage flood control project that we have funding for, but we have not yet secured the total amount that we need from Maricopa County Flood Control District to do that project. So again, another project that we took out and will hold for future placeholder if becomes appropriate.
Later on tonight, I'm going to give a sermon about how happy I am about the $45 million for road pavements. So I'll be delivering that sermon later. So thank you very much, Allison. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Whitehead.
I just want to make a correction on the phrase zombie projects. Maybe perhaps before the next budget session, we can have a list of projects that might be pulled out because they're just excess money for projects that are already done. That's what I would consider zombie projects. The two that you mentioned are important projects. So there was land, our last canal parcel owned by the city, slated for development, and the city was ready to sell it. I'm very proud to say I stopped the sale, and that will be a new park. And so I'm sorry that that got defunded, because the development around there does want the park, but hopefully we'll get funding back in and get that new park, the Rose Garden Park, in. So that's certainly not a zombie park. The other one came by a citizen petition. It's nice that residents can come to us, and then the budget changes because of their requests. And the citizens down near the Pima Park wanted pickleball courts, and we absolutely complied. As we always do to be efficient with your dollars, we combined the pickleball court construction with a drainage project. The drainage project has gotten delayed, so the pickleball courts are getting delayed. So also not exactly your zombie project. I think residents would be very upset to hear that. Those projects are moving forward. They're just not moving forward right now. My preference would be to keep them in the budget. We think it will be within the 5 years. So rather than create an illusion of cost savings, we should just keep those projects in. But, you know, we balance a lot of needs. So both of those projects are very exciting, and I happen to have been involved with both. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Appreciate your time and presentation.
Thank you.
Lastly, we have Hassan Mushtag, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, Drainage and Flood Control Manager, and you will talk to us about flood control and drainage CIP projects.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I am Hassan Mushtaq. I will be highlighting a couple of the drainage and flood control projects from the requested budget for FY 26 and 27. This project is titled Granite Reef Wash Phase 2A. Total budget for this project is $13.9 million. It's a storm drain project from Thomas Road down to McKellips Road and along McKellips Road from Pima Road to 84th Street alignment. We have a intergovernmental agreement with Flood Control District of Maricopa County through which they will pay us $7.5 million. We have a separate contract with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community to pay us another $4.2 million. That leaves us, the city, liable for only $2.4 million. Next project. This is a small project, 68th Street storm drain south of Camelback Road. It's a storm drain from Camelback Road south to Arizona Canal. Budget for this is $3.2 million. Once again, we have an IGA with Flood Control District where they will pay us about $1.3 million, leaving us liable for $1.9 million. So those were the two slides I had, and I think I will hand it over to Scott, Department Director, Budget Director Scott Saline, for wrapping it up. Thank you.
And I didn't see any questions on those, so thank you very much. Welcome back, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to highlight very briefly the timeline that we're on, we looked at this earlier tonight, has been the proposed budget presentation and work study with the BRC. We'll be back on May 19th for the tentative budget adoption. And that brings us to the end. I'm happy to entertain any questions or, yeah.
I think we're going to wait on questions until we hear from the public, so stay tuned. This is the time for comment on the proposed fiscal year budget, and I'd like to call up in order of signing up, Ariella Friedman, followed by Daniel Friedman, followed by Paris Blumenthal. Oh, that's okay. Well, we can go with Daniel Friedman first. There we go. Right there, excuse me. There you go.
Do I need to do anything?
There you go.
Hi, my name is Daniel Friedman. I'm not related to Ariella Friedman, but I do know her, and I think we're all related somehow. I'm here to talk about the Hawk Crosswalk, as I understand that. I live at 64th and Gary, 6431 East Gary Road in Scottsdale. I'm currently a single dad of 3 kids. 13 just had his bar mitzvah 2 weekends ago. He did very well. A 13-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 10-year-old. I have my kids every other weekend, and we traverse 66 and Shea twice a day on Saturday. I'm an active community member at my synagogue. I go every day. As I said, I have the kids on the weekends, and we go across the street. Yeah, we could probably go to 64th and Shea at the light, but my kids like to ride their bikes, and so I don't really want them riding their bikes on Shea, even on the sidewalk. So a crosswalk at 66 and Shea would be tremendous. In fact, when services are over on Saturday, we usually bring home 10, 12 kids, ages 9 to 13. Herding 3 kids across the street is a task enough, but herding 10 to 12 kids every other Saturday across the street is extremely difficult. So a crosswalk at that location would be literally a lifesaver and a tremendous asset to me personally as a single father. And I know that there are many other community members, neighborhood members that I know that would find this also very, very useful. Thank you for your time, Mayor, council members, and city.
Thank you, Daniel. And Ariella Friedman is next. Thank you. Followed by Paris Blumenthal, Benjamin Benson, and then Mark Rentz.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. My apologies for having to step out earlier. I'm Dr. Ariella Friedman, a Scottsdale resident for the past 10 years. I'm a surgeon, double board certified in adult and pediatric urology, who treats vehicular trauma patients. I'm an assistant professor with dozens of peer-reviewed chapters and papers, including on surgical trauma. I've served on the medical executive committees at Banner Thunderbird Hospital and surgery centers. But today I also speak to you as a mom of 4 young children regarding the proposed pedestrian crosswalk at 66th Street and Shea. One day, while walking home from synagogue, my elderly father, who can't walk the extra half mile to the corner crosswalk, attempted to cross Shea Boulevard mid-street. Thinking it was safe to cross, my 4-year-old daughter followed him and ran into the street. Both misjudged the speed of the oncoming cars or perhaps hadn't thought to check. Traffic had to come to a halt on both sides of Shea as cars reached within a few feet of them until they made it to safety. My entire family and others were screaming from the sidewalk, helpless to prevent the unfolding horror. I wish this was an isolated occurrence, but seems like this happened every week at this location. Children cross independently, stuck in the middle of Shea, and traffic comes to a complete halt to allow pedestrians through in the middle of the street. Foot traffic has only increased during this time, and this is becoming a more frequent catastrophe waiting to happen. Congregation Beth Tfilah serves over 800 local Jewish families, many of whom walk to and from synagogue weekly and on holidays because driving is prohibited. But this area is also home to Chaparral Christian Church, preschool and K-8 school, a CrossFit gym, and Kokopah Middle School, which has over 850 students in 6th through 8th grade. This is an area serviced by hundreds of families. For anyone walking to or from any of these institutions from east of 64th Street, the existing light at 64th and Shea is inadequate and too far. There have been multiple attempts to make the light at 64th and Shea Sabbath compliant, and each time they haven't worked. The only solution that the city of Scottsdale has been able to offer was to have the synagogue encourage its members to use that non-Sabbath compliant light or walk to the next nearest light at 70th Street. That hasn't worked. Human nature is what it is, and our members and their children are just not walking an additional mile in 115+ degree heat in the summer. It has not been an effective solution. It is standard and routine for all major synagogues with walking families in the Phoenix metro area to have these crosswalks. In fact, Congregation Beth Tfilah is both the largest and fastest growing such synagogue in the area. The cost of the crosswalk was greatly exaggerated previously by a previous speaker, as was the burden on regular traffic, as this crosswalk would only be activated by the presence of a pedestrian looking to cross. There has already been a vehicular-related death at that exact location in recent years. I don't know how many more people need to die before this crosswalk is built. I humbly request that all opposition to this much-needed crosswalk cease, and we can all get on board to protect our most vulnerable citizens, our families, our elderly parents, and our young children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Paris Blumenthal.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council people, fellow residents, and the police protecting us. My full name is Paris David Blumenthal. Became a resident of Scottsdale in 2015 and a half. Started a company 8.5 years ago, moving company, which I'll be representing the city of Scottsdale and the state of Arizona for the Better Business Bureau for being one of the Torch Award finalists for the Western region. That'll be coming up in July. My kids went through Kokopah, Chaparral High School. Now they're in university and one's in the military. The crosswalk, what we were just mentioning before, is one of the reasons why I'm here. You had mentioned that tourism is very important for the Scottsdale. Both the rabbi and I believe the clergy or the priests of the church across the street have been fantastic. They've been bringing in a lot of people from all over the world, as well as residents and people from out of state. A lot of people don't know their way around there, but that's a very busy Shea Boulevard, as you know. It's pretty busy. And 64th and 56th, Cactus and 64th, Shea and 64th, and Shea and 56th are one of the highest accident-prone locations. Only 2 blocks from there is the 66th we were talking about. So with kids crossing the street, it's better to prevent than heal. The cost of ambulances and everything else, God forbid, and hurting all the children and the young people from Sundays and Saturdays, and the tourists coming in, and on the weekdays. It's very important that we do have a crosswalk placed there, and would appreciate that all of you have common sense and would rather prevent than heal. We would like, and that's what we voted you all in. And we want to thank you. I met 2 of the council people last night. They're fantastic. It was a really good, interesting conversation we had. So I want to thank you all and for coming today, people listening to this. And let's see if we can get that crosswalk. And you can answer yourself one question tonight. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because you wanted to try out that new crosswalk on 66th and Shea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Benjamin Benson. Mark Rentz will follow, and then Susan Wood has donated her time to Dan Isaac, so after that would be Jason Alexander. Go right ahead, Mr. Benson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for running our city. My name is Dr. Benjamin Benson. I'm one of the members at CBT. I'm coming to you to humbly request the crosswalk at 66th Street. Something that has already been mentioned is a lot of us are young families with young children, and as our families grow, you know, it's very difficult for a pregnant mom in her 6th, 7th, or 8th month of pregnancy to cross that street very quickly when there's like a small lull in traffic. So if it would be possible to get a light at that location, it would be tremendously beneficial to the young families that are living in Scottsdale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Rentz.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. As I mentioned last week when I introduced a citizen's petition on water, which is what I'm going to focus on in my short period of time. Before I retired, I was the Association of California Water Agencies Director of Regulatory Affairs. ACWA, some public water agency members, we're responsible for approximately 90% of the water consumed in the state of California. So I had quite a bit of exposure to a quite diverse number of water agencies. What I found was that the most successful public water agencies were those that had a diverse water portfolio and those that invested in innovative technologies to efficiently use, reuse, and conserve their water supply. The reason I bring those 2 points forward tonight is it's my understanding that the city of Scottsdale's water portfolio is anything but diverse. Over 70% of the water supply comes from the Colorado River. And as we all know, the Colorado River is the subject of much discussion at the Bureau of Reclamation with regards to cutbacks on the downstream water diversion. And that includes Scottsdale. But on the second point, Scottsdale is noted for its innovative water management tools it has developed. Green building codes, incentives for voluntary water conservation, advanced purified water recycling that is the envy of cities across the United States and quite honestly throughout the world, and expanding water storage at Bartlett. Now's not the time to back off from those projects, especially given the crisis we've faced. The worst time to be buying water out on the water market is when you're in the midst of a water crisis. Trust me, the prices that you think are exorbitant today, you might consider quite reasonable tomorrow as the market plays out. So I encourage the council to ask your staff who made an excellent presentation tonight, what is our contingency plan for reduced Colorado River water? What constitutes transfers out, which is calling for a 30% reduction from fiscal year 25-26 to fiscal year 26-27. And I will leave with this last point since I'm out of time. A 9.5% reduction in water supply and reclamation seems short-sighted to me in a time of water crisis. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Jason Alexander, followed by Boaz Curtis, then Linda Milhaven.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski. My objection to the Hawk project at 66th Street has absolutely nothing to do with the goals of it. Of course, it is important to respect the Jewish community, to respect their faith and the tradition of walking on the Sabbath. Safety, of course, for pedestrian safety and multimodal transportation. I've been in favor of that on many past projects. My objection to this project is the appearance of it being a pet project intended to be put forward by Councilmember Quasman without a proper justification. This was studied in 2024. There was an email sent around to the entire council by the former transportation director. Could I have the overhead, please? I know it's a little hard to see from this, if they could zoom in a little bit, but a couple of quotes from the email from Transportation Director Melnichenko is that the crosswalk, the location was not conducive to pedestrian access. It is not located near a major intersection. Staff did observations and did not see enough pedestrian crossings. It went on to say that they didn't meet the established volume and the synagogue is primarily used on Saturdays when this would be a very expensive proposition for not a lot of people using it. Again, my objection is to the appearance that this was a pet project. Why wasn't it studied again? This study was done only 2 years ago. And if the project is justified, by all means, let's do it, but let's study it again. You know, interestingly, this council has a bad habit of not wanting to study transportation issues. They did not want to study the parking garage, despite the fact that Mr. Graham just recently talked about the importance of reprioritizing constantly. 7 years went by from the time the citizens voted for that, and it wasn't reprioritized. I'd further like to criticize Mr. Quasman's handling of this issue and the way that he framed opposition to it as anti-Semitic. I was raised Jewish in New York and New Jersey. I've seen plenty of experiences of anti-Semitism. And about the only thing worse than anti-Semitism is false flags of anti-Semitism, like Mr. Quasman, who regularly claims anti-Semitism when things don't go his way. I can think of 4, possibly 5 instances of Adam doing this. This crosswalk here.
Point of order. Madam Mayor, does this conversation have to do with the budget? Can you enforce that, Madam Mayor? Thank you.
Yes, I certainly can. And your answer is Mr. Alexander is talking about a crosswalk that was part of the budget presentation. So continue on, and your focus obviously is the crosswalk.
Thank you. Yes, the crosswalk. Again, objection to it. Mr. Quasman framed as simple anti-Semitism, ran to the news media to complain that objections to this project were based on anti-Semitic issues rather than a lack of study. And this is not the first time Mr. Quasman has done this. When he was in law school, he famously blasted a Jewish law professor on national news.
All right, point of order, point of order, point of order.
Let me just interrupt you. Jason, if you could keep your focus on the budget discussion with the crosswalk, it would make this go a lot smoother. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I would just like to point out Mr. Quasman's hypocrisy, his oversensitivity, his refusal to let things be talked about based on their merits. And if anyone can have the overhead again, is going to be overly sensitive to words and tones, let's remember that Adam posted this about DEI a year and a half ago, poison that will be rooted out.
Your time is up, so thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Boaz Curtis, Linda Milhaven, followed by Gila or Gila Lesky? Gila, okay. Thank you. Boaz Curtis? Okay, Linda Milhaven, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Milhaven. I live here in Scottsdale on Belgian Trail, and I'm here to speak to you today about water investments. We've heard a lot about it from this conversation already. I've worked with 2 other Scottsdale residents to meet with you to discuss water policy, and subsequently we sent you an email outlining our concerns, and I'd like to read an excerpt from our email for the record. This email was from me and from Bruce Halen, who is the recently retired Salt River Project Director of Water Supplies, and Rudy Fisher, a current board member of the Central Arizona Project. And the email reads in part, as Scottsdale residents, our concerns rise out of the proposed budget reductions to the water-related capital improvement plan projects. The rates and fees proposed, as well as the impacts these changes will have on Scottsdale's preparedness in ensuring a resilient, affordable, and reliable water supply for Scottsdale's residents and businesses. The sustainable water supply is foundational to Scottsdale's health and stability. As we have learned from past water resource investments, costs incurred today for water projects are much less expensive than costs delayed into the future. Scottsdale Water's strategic plan does an excellent job outlining options to replace the impending reduction in our CAP water allocations. The solution must be to pursue all the options outlined in the plan without delay. There's been talk about buying water credits, potentially in lieu of pursuing other options, but this is just one of several options identified in the strategic plan that need to be pursued to give Scottsdale more control over our water supplies and water security. Net, $261 million has been removed from the 5-year CIP for water projects. 2 of the largest projects taken out are Advanced Purified Water for $68 million and the Bartlett Dam for $25 million. Some of you have gone on record expressing concerns about expanding the use of recycled water. All water is recycled. Many upstream communities dump their wastewater into the Colorado River. We treat that water and mix it in our drinking water today. Continuing our investment in our recycle facilities to meet the state's new requirements is one of the most reliable, cost-effective, and immediate solutions to impending reductions in our Colorado River water. We are losing time by delaying this project. Participating in the Bartlett Dam modification gives us rights to water in the Verde River, a new source of water that is independent of what happens in the Colorado, and over the long term, an inexpensive, renewable water supply for the city. It should be a specific line item and not buried in the operating budget. Mr. Caton has explained that he only included projects in the CIP for which he had reliable cost estimates, what he calls hard costs. We must ensure that all water projects are included in the CIP, even only if as a placeholder with best guess estimates to ensure that we are planning appropriately. The budget in future years includes the vague category of sources and supplies. We're pleased to see sources and supply. However, we need to be clear what is made up into that category and make sure move that forward. This is delaying the budget. It is a planning document, and it pushes the projects in the future, which causes delay. It's a critical junction for our city. We must display leadership, move forward with the capital and with this water strategic plan, put the projects back into the initiative. And just to call recycled water toilet to tap is irresponsible. It suggests, it undermines the project, which is for all of our safety when we are still exploring. Budgets reflect policy. They cannot be separated. And finally, by pushing these projects out, we are falling behind in keeping our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Gila Lesky, followed by Dan Isaac, and then David Smith.
Hi, everybody, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to probably reiterate what you've already heard before. I am a member of Congregation Beit Tfilah, which is the synagogue that has been discussed already. And Dr. Freeman, I think, elucidated a very compelling argument, very scary argument about why this is such a critically important initiative. We are members of this congregation. We have been for about 10 years. On a regular basis, during the week, my husband is there 4 times a week, I'm there once a week. There are programs, there are, morning, day, afternoon, and evening. There are people circulating in that area, and there are people trying to cross the street. My husband and I have personally witnessed holding our breath when we walk out of the synagogue and we're walking towards an area that where we exit. We have seen people trying to cross, and we stand and we look and we pray, and we look at the 6 lanes. We're talking about a 6-lane thoroughfare right across the street. That's what it is. It's 6 lanes. And I would encourage anybody and everybody who questions this, go there physically. If you have an opinion based on reality. Go there and try to cross and see what it feels like. And think about whether or not you feel safe. So without belaboring this any further, I say this is absolutely critical. If one child dies, one teenager, one parent, one grandparent, one elderly person, then we will all be culpable. Thank you for all your hard work. You guys have a tough job, and you're doing great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you to everybody that's helping to facilitate a safe and healthy Scottsdale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan Isaac. And Dan, I know you have some donated time. Can we wrap it up in 4 minutes?
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you.
Dan Isaac, address on record. There are people in society who look down at organized religion. I am not one of them. And yes, organized religion has been responsible for some bad things in the past, but I personally believe that organized religion is a key element of the fabric of society. To be able to come together in worship as a community strengthens the bonds within society. Whether that's through prayer, preaching, chanting, song, it brings us together. And there are those people who have chosen a life that at times is more difficult because they believe it aligns with their faith. The Orthodox Jewish community is one of those communities. And they do so for the simple reason that they believe it's pleasing to God and aligned with the covenant that they made with God. It's something that should be admired and respected, and I'm disgusted that anybody uses it against them. That said, I'm opposed to this crosswalk for 3 reasons. 1, it's unneeded. 2, it negatively impacts many other residents. And 3, it costs city money. When I say it is unneeded, the statistics prove that it doesn't meet the threshold that the city has set for such a crosswalk. That doesn't mean it can't be done, but it doesn't meet the threshold. Second, when this plot of land was picked by the founders, when it was planned, when it was developed, when it was designed, at no point did they tell the city, we really need a crosswalk there. Third, with regard to why it's unneeded, there is a crosswalk at 64th and there's one at 70th. Improve those. We're talking about this crosswalk at 66th only benefiting those people who live between 65th and 68th north of Shea. That is not the majority of the congregation. That is a small part of the congregation. So it is not needed. It is wanted, and it will make things safer, but that's not the only reason we make decisions on how to spend money. Secondly, it will negatively impact thousands of people who use Shea, as well as Hayden and Scottsdale Road. Shea is one of the major, if not the busiest, east-west arteries in Scottsdale. We are talking about adding an additional random event stoppage of that traffic. It has huge implications for the entire length of Shea, plus or minus a couple miles, as well as the north-south corridors that cross Shea. I believe in the First Amendment that we should all be able to practice our religion, but we don't get to negatively impact other people by doing so. I am a practicing Catholic. I don't do it well, but I still practice and will till my dying day. I would not entertain Bishop Dolan asking restaurants in Scottsdale to not serve meat on Friday during Lent because it's distracting to me. I would not entertain a motion from the imam of our mosque on Via Linda that 5 times a day when there's called to pray, and they're supposed to stop whatever they're doing to pray, that we stop all traffic to make it easier for them. Our practice of religion stops when it negatively impacts other people. This will negatively impact other people. And as far as the cost, I don't care whether it's $50,000, $100,000, or $500,000. If one is a conservative, one does not spend money on a project that is unneeded and negatively impacts other people. And I'm all for safety. None of these people were here when this council took a A-rated roundabout in safety and made it a D in safety. These people don't care about safety. And all of you who do care about safety, I really wish you were here and called them out for making our road far more dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. David Smith, followed by Yvonne Cahill and Raul. Zubia. I almost called you, I'm like Raul. I almost called you by someone else's last name, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Whether good or bad, I'm going to give you something besides crosswalks and water to think about. As you consider the proposed budget for capital improvements tonight, I want to alert you to 5 included projects that run contrary to the express direction of the Scottsdale voters and which are in fact disallowed under the Scottsdale City Charter. I'm referring, of course, to the limitations on preserve investments that were imposed by Prop 420, which voters approved in 2018. In fact, 2 members of the council currently campaigned for passage of this proposition and celebrated its passage by a margin of 3-1. But when the voters approved this, it superseded and negated all prior authority for spending preserved tax dollars. And after the election, we in fact inserted language from Prop 420, memorialized it in our city charter at Article 8, Section 13.A, and it's entitled Limitations on the Use of Preserve Funds. And it states without ambiguity that preserve funds shall not be appropriated or spent by the city for any purpose other than acquisition of preserved land, the building of new trails, or debt service. The proposed capital improvement plan makes no mention of this voter-imposed spending limit. In fact, it ignores the limitation altogether and lists on page F10 of your budget 5 different capital projects that are planned for the preserve next year, totaling $2,347,400. 4 of these projects are for improvements to existing trailheads, not new trails. They are to update restrooms and improve the signage and provide shaded gathering and educational spaces, resurface parking lots, add equestrian stalls. The 5th project is to fund a feasibility study and design a wildlife crossing at Rio Verde Drive. I submit none of these projects fall within the definition of the 2018 legally allowable preserve fund expenditures. You must direct the city manager tonight to either remove these projects from the CIP budget or designate alternative funding for them. It's more than just a matter of keeping the promise we made to citizens. You cannot knowingly approve a budget that proposes illegal expenditures of taxpayer receipts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Next, Raul Zubia, and then Yvonne Cahill.
Mayor, if I just, Mr. Smith, can you email that list of projects to us?
Mr. Smith?
Can you email that list to us?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Can you email us that list of projects?
What's he saying to me?
Councilman Graham has a request,
Yes.
David, to email the list that you just went over to us, please.
Yeah, I have a hard time hearing up here, particularly in this goofy room.
That's okay. We'll get you a note. It's fine.
I can certainly email the list of projects if that's what you want, but they're in your budget book and the CIP book, page, whatever I said, F10. But I will email them to you, yes.
Thank you. Raul Zubia.
Good evening, everyone. Raul Zubia, address on record. And I'm speaking to you tonight, not just about line items in a budget, but about the fundamental promise of good governance. When we talk about infrastructure, we're often talking about invisible systems that make daily life possible. But today, we're talking about something much more urgent, the literal resilience in our community in a changing climate. I encourage you to keep the CIP funding for the Bartlett Dam expansion and the Advanced Purified Water Facility in the budget. If we pull these projects, we aren't actually saving taxpayers money. We are simply ensuring that when they have to build, the cost of materials and labor will significantly be higher. But more importantly, we would be sacrificing certainty. So people choose where to live based on whether a city is thinking 30 years ahead or 30 days ahead. And by keeping these projects in the budget, you're sending a clear signal that Scottsdale is a safe bet. We are a community that values innovation, respects the reality of our environment, and refuses to leave the next generation with a bill they cannot pay for a crisis they did not create. So please, let's keep these projects moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Last speaker on the list, Yvonne Cahill.
Thank you, Council Mayor. My name is Yvonne Cahill, address is on record. I'm here to talk about the Hawk intersection project and crosswalk. And I just want to make a statement on my behalf for the Jewish community that I watched in dismay the 12 News report by Bram Gresnick and indicating that this was something to do with discrimination. And it just was so embarrassing to hear that, because I have not met anybody that is against the project because of that reason. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. You definitely have my empathy on the situation. The council has a track record of spending my tax dollars without showing actual proof of the need. The unfortunate situation is the city approved this without the consideration that it was a synagogue and that they would need a crosswalk somewhere when it was originally approved. So that was a failure I think on behalf of the planning committee. So people will ask, why are we installing a hot crosswalk in the major arterial interrupting traffic flow when 2 studies conducted by the city showed the volume does not meet the minimum requirement? My question is to the city and to the council, has anybody else looked at something different? And that is the need for safety. Crosswalks on a busy arterial, I think, give a false feeling. How many red light runners are there in Scottsdale? Huge number, and everybody speeds on Shea. I go down it every day. I try to do the speed limit, and people going past me. People are running red lights. People are turning left on reds. I mean, it's crazy. So my worry is from a safety perspective, if you put a crosswalk in there, a hawk light, is it really going to give a false sense of being safe at that area? Has anybody looked at another solution, and that maybe being a bridge? I think it would be a lot better solution. I'm sure it'll be a lot more expensive, but from a pure safety point of view, I would really like to have the project considered on something else other than the crosswalk that it is. I did talk to the traffic department, and they said they have done the best to prolong the signal light there at the crosswalk to accommodate more traffic on those days. So hopefully you will consider more of maybe from the safety perspective rather than is it needed because there's not enough people using it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, so that concludes the public speakers on agenda item number 3. So we're going to go back to a discussion, and before we start, I'm going to ask City Attorney Santea to opine on the comments that Speaker David Smith raised.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. There is a subsection in Section 13 of the Charter that Mr. Smith didn't mention. And so it's not quite as clear-cut as he makes it sound. The subsection at issue is subsection B, which says the section does not apply to funding improvements that existed prior to the effective date of this section or those authorized by sections 12B1, 12B5, and 12B6. So in order to determine whether those particular items violate the charter, I would need more information regarding when the improvements originally existed and whether they meet one of the other exceptions, which include expansion of trailhead parking facilities, also completing the construction of certain ones like Little Granite, Frays Field, Pima Dynamite trailheads, and any necessary trail connections as depicted in each trailhead's approval plan prior to the effective date of when the voters approved this. So it's a little bit more complicated.
So is that something you need more information from our staff about, right?
Yes,
Or
I can't opine off the top of my head without looking at it more closely.
Okay, well, will you please do that? I mean, certainly if it's an issue we should be concerned about, we want to know.
We will take an in-depth look at it tomorrow.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And in order to make this smooth, I'm trying to figure out what the best way to approach going through these topics. I do have another question, and it pertains to Allison Timku and the crosswalk. So I'm going to ask my question, and then we can go through these category by category. So we'll keep you up there and see if anyone else has questions for you. Thank you. Do you have a map of where this crosswalk is located? I know generally where it is, but I'm trying to picture the bookend intersections that, as I understand it, have traffic lights. Is that right?
Mayor, members of council, I don't actually have a map that shows the whole area, but 64th Street and Shea is the closest signalized intersection. That's about 1,000 feet to the west of this location. So it goes 64th Street and Shea, then 65th Street, 66th Street, 68th Street, 70th Street.
And 70th is where the Walgreens is, right?
Yeah, and that's pretty far. The closest signalized intersection is 64th Street at 1,000 feet.
And the synagogue is on the south side?
South side, yep,
Shea.
and they are right there at between 65th Place and 66th Street.
So there's two concerns I have with this. It's the process that, this project didn't come across our radar until it was plugged in recently into, the transportation and infrastructure budget, capital improvement project budget. So I have a concern about that. It's the appearance of lack of transparency, honestly, for this to kind of be sprung up. I don't doubt that there's a need there based on everything I've learned since it was plugged in. But I do have major concerns about a hawk there. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've heard that the hawk between Kierland and Scottsdale Corridor should be removed because of the danger it poses to pedestrians. And I know Shea is even a more dangerous road than the area at which that hawk is located. So, there's the map. Okay, that's great. Can you just zoom in or zoom out, I guess, would be the best way to say that, and highlight it, because I know exactly what you're talking about, but I just want to see.
Okay, can you see the pointer there?
I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 64th Street and Shea. That's the closest signalized intersection. This right here is 66th Street. These two are 66th Street and Shea. The proposal is right here, and the synagogue is located right here. There's also a church located here. And then, as you might know, Chaparral High School is just located a little bit further to the south in that area.
So the hawk is set to be in the middle of the two 66th Streets, not even
at
in line?
66th Street and Shea.
Yeah, but you just said it's kind of jagged the way 66th.
Well, 66th Street is jagged, but the hawk is planned to be here.
Okay. So has there been any comparison? I mean, the bridge is a great idea. I don't see the first bridge in Scottsdale being located there. I think that could have value, but I just don't see that happening. Has there been any thought or consideration for a traffic light that was adjusted to be reactive to pedestrian traffic at that location? That to me seems like it would be far safer. I think that's a really dangerous thing to put on Shea Boulevard. Granted, traffic flows are not as heavy on Saturday and Sundays, but all the other days you talked about, it's a freeway. So the question was for you.
Okay, so what we did do back when this was initially studied was we did modify the timing of the pedestrian crossing at 64th Street and Shea to see if that would improve usage of 64th Street and Shea at the signalized intersection. However, that didn't work. The pedestrians were still crossing mid-block, even with us trying to modify the existing traffic signal. We wouldn't put in another traffic signal at that location for pedestrians the appropriate crossing there would be the pedestrian hybrid beacon, which is the Hawk. And the Hawks do lend themselves well for roads with high speed, high volume, and the length of crossing, which is what is here at this location on Shea.
I couldn't disagree more with that. I mean, even the Optima Hawk that just separates the mall and Optima is dangerous. I mean, people just almost run people over there all the time. I've seen it personally, having been office there for a long time. So I don't get the logic there. You could do a traffic signal. I'm just throwing out ideas, and I'd love, to talk about this further or get a written response from you. But a traffic signal that was just going one way, i.e. north on 66th Street, I guess, the further east 66th Street, like it is at Eastwood, for example, on Scottsdale Road. That's just triggered by vehicular traffic, but it could just as easily be triggered by pedestrian traffic. So I have major concerns about the two things I said. With that, I would like to, and I see City Manager wants to say a few words, but I would like to ask for a written description of when this project was proposed and when it was inserted in this CIP project proposal, and what other projects were eliminated, or if none, what were postponed. That's not really the driving factor for me, but the safety factor is. And I'd also like an analysis of some sort of a traffic signal there and what the cost of that would be. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to briefly answer or touch on kind of how we got to this point. So this came in from community member concern, also leadership from the synagogue, and so this has been on my radar screen for some period of time. We tried to adjust the pedestrian walkways at 64th and 70th. 64th, although closer, is kind of the wrong direction for most. That they're really traveling by foot to the north and to the east. And so, so this is not the first phase. This was probably a second or third phase, I would refer to it. So what we tried to do is make signal improvements. I'll just speak to the 70th because that's primarily the one that was heavily utilized. And so we had it so that it was automatically triggered for pedestrian. And so we've been stopping traffic on Saturdays, specifically at the times, automatically whether it was triggered or not. So interestingly enough, for the flow of traffic, this will actually increase the flow of traffic because we will return at the 70th signal to the way it would normally react. And I'll let my colleague speak more to the specifics of the device that's utilized, but I just wanted to speak to how we got to this point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I mean, I'm satisfied with the answers so far. I would like the answers to my questions, though, and either you or City Manager could provide those. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Councilwoman Whitehead.
I was just going to touch on the item having to do with the preserve and Prop 420. So I just want to point out that the author of Prop 420, I was very involved in that citizen initiative, we verified ahead of time. So I understand Mr. Smith's concerns, but we verified that the projects approved prior were not impacted. And actually the other project, the several projects he mentioned, I'm not even sure about, but specifically I'm talking about the Rio Verde wildlife and in fact pedestrian overpass project. And so that was approved in 2004 in that preserve tax. So that's where that project comes from. I just wanted to point that out. And in fact, attempts to defund it last year, I think, somebody generated, 2,500 signatures from residents in a matter of weeks. So once again, listening to the people, listening to what they voted for in 2004, and the fact that it was reviewed by staff and by the author of Prop 420, I think we're pretty good there. And the other projects, I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Graham.
Well, I guess I'm going to give my remarks to the budget now. Just go over it briefly. Kathy's been waiting for these remarks. Quickly about the crosswalk. What do we call these now? They used to be called hawks, but I was told that we don't. I don't even know what the right term is for these anymore. Do we still call them hawks?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Graham. So they are referred to as a pedestrian hybrid beacon, pedestrian hybrid beacon, which is the same thing as a hawk.
A PHB, you got an acronym for that?
Yes.
Can you put a vowel in there?
Yes.
The PHB, the pedestrian hybrid beacon at Kierland, is so successful. You can't say enough about it. What that looked like before they built that, I mean, that was just a disaster. People were walking across to Quarter and Kierland, and I was on Transportation Commission at the time, and very happy with how that's turned out. And I think that, City Manager Kate made a comment that this will return 64th Street and 70th Street potentially to their original cycling, the original time interval. And so that, I think, will expedite traffic and increase flows. I do expect it would be used a lot on weekends. I'm actually thinking about whether, kids from Chaparral would use it. And, if you think about it, it's not that far from Kokopah. As I look at a map, and I think it's going to get a lot of use personally. So those are some comments on the crosswalk that I have. Overall, the budget, I think, is it's a good budget. We're going to keep looking at it. Tonight's been a good discussion about it. A lot of our community members had a lot of good contributions to say about it. The CIP spending is down, which I typically don't like to see that, because Greg, I always say that to Greg, don't I, to the city manager, because it's like you bring the money in and you want to invest it, and when you're not investing in your capital assets, a lot of times you're deferring maintenance. And there's also, because we are such an asset-intensive organization, there's always a minimum amount of investment that you want to make into your net assets to keep them at a certain standard. But I will say that, even though the budget is down a little bit, we were budgeting our CapEx, our capital budget in the past, not our CapEx, but our capital budget. We were never spending that anyway. It was always just an approval that never fully happened. So I think this gets us closer to reality. This is City Manager Caton's first full budget. When he was tagged with the city manager role, he kind of, what was that, in March or something? I mean, it was kind of like March 2025. It was kind of like the budget had kind of already been developed by the time that he, took the wheel. And so we've just seen from Mr. Caton so many reforms. We've seen so many, I would say, like outdated and overdue things within the organization that I've been very pleased with. I mean, even stuff like moving code enforcement, to public safety. I mean, there's things like that that just kind of have made sense to what we've been seeing. I like the public safety spending, how it protects our public safety. Somebody almost got there, but we didn't quite talk about the gray tsunami that some of our public safety leaders like to talk about. I'm still afraid of that one, but it's going to be.
It just comes.
Is it happening? When is it happening? Blink twice, Fire Chief Shannon. No, I'm just kidding. It's here. I know. But we're watching and monitoring the ambulance service. I think so far the rollout's been good. And Station 618 Annex, Scottsdale Police. what Chief LeDuc said about this is the first year no vacancies. So I think that to me is one of the headlines. So I hope somebody writes an op-ed on that. Maybe they will. With crime falling, crime is falling, especially violent crime. Clearance rate is up. The last thing from a sort of a philosophical standpoint is the road maintenance. And I'm not going to really give a sermon about that like I threatened earlier. Unless, Kathy, you want me to, but I won't.
That's okay.
She's like, no, please don't. But, we were spending $15 million a year on our road maintenance, which, just to say what it was, we were diverting money to basic road maintenance over the years. We had an 80 PCI, pavement condition index, of 80 in 2019. Very good rating. And by the end of 2024, our pavement condition index was 63. It dropped like a lead balloon, and we're just being outmatched by other peer cities. I think Apache Junction or Queen Creek has surpassed us. So this year we put in this, the fiscal year that's ending next month, we put in $40 million, budgeting $45 million this year. And people know this. People know that we're a tourism destination, and we welcome over 11 million visitors a year, and they know that generates almost $4 billion of economic impact, and they know that they form impressions about our city. And a large part of the impressions they form about our city are the roads. And when they're driving over potholes and roads riddled with cracks, it just doesn't leave a lasting impression that this is a truly desirable destination for them to spend their tourism dollars. And it's also not only is it the impressions that it leaves on our visitors, but when you don't defer maintenance on roads, every dollar we delay on preventative work, let's put it that way, costs 4 to 10 times more later in full reconstruction, given depending on how long you wait and which materials you choose. And we've seen that too many times. So, nobody's going to tell you, though, that part of the $45 million, that is not also normal maintenance, that's catch-up. In some cases, that's full reconstruction to catch up for deferred maintenance that our residents suffered through. So there's some comments about roads. I still think, I'll just sort of register this opinion, and I'm going to probably have some meetings with staff. I think our revenue estimates are probably too conservative and too low. And I wanted to ask about this, Scott, maybe you could tell us a little bit about this unexpected revenue loss reserve, because I know what you're doing there, but is that a new concept, and is it possible to pull that up on the screen just so we can, you kind of had that, I think you know the chart I'm talking about. I think it was the blue color that was, introduced.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Graham, that was slide 16 of the presentation from earlier. That was a determination that was made during last year's budgeting process in the face of potential revenue losses. There's always, whether it be at the state level or some other level, potential threats to our revenue streams. And the intent was to take a portion of our general fund reserves and create a reserve to ensure against any event like that happening to our revenues.
That was a recommendation from the Budget Review Commission?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Graham, yes, that was.
Okay, they're going to come up here in a second, so I'm going to have to talk to them about that. But I understand what you're doing there, and there it is on the screen. Okay, so it's the green one that was introduced. Was that introduced? Have we ever used that mechanism before, or is this the first fiscal? Is this year's budget the year we're introducing it?
Madam Mayor, council members, I can respond to that. That was developed last year when the legislature was looking at eliminating the food tax, and the food tax generates about $15 million for the city. So the Budget Review Commission suggested that we put a reserve for that in the budget, and we could use that in the event that food tax was eliminated to continue operations while we realign operating expenses with revenues. So that was what that was for.
So have you funded that reserve yet, or?
Yes, it is funded.
It's already funded. Okay, so you've already transferred 15 million, and then you're just gonna keep that there. You're gonna cap it at that, give or take. Is that your plan?
Correct.
Okay. And the same policies with kind of idle cash as far as what we do with interest applies with the reserves and contingencies. Applies to this too.
What was the question on that?
The same policies that we do with interest earnings on the remaining corpus of the reserve and contingencies will apply to this portion of it?
They do earn interest. They are invested, and the interest earnings are mostly transferred for capital projects.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that's funded before we start the budget fiscal year, because then it's not taking away from those projects, and we just have it already nailed down. Those are some of my comments for the time being. Maybe some of my colleagues might stimulate more questions or conversations, but I wanted to share those, put those on the record. Thank you.
Next, we have Vice Mayor Quasman, and that's pretty tricky. I don't know how he got on my screen. Who did that? Who did that? Oh. Mystery solved. Okay, Vice Mayor Quasman, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? Just want to make sure.
Perfectly.
Excellent. Thank you so much. This budget represents exactly what the voters wanted to see out of the 2024 elections, which is a fiscally conservative budget. And I ask anybody who will want to take an objective look at this budget, juxtapose it with what's happening to our neighbors to the south right now, where Tempe is asking their voters to raise their taxes. There is the difference could not be more stark. We believe in limiting government so that you can flourish in the private sector. We believe in making sure our infrastructure is fully funded with reserves so that we don't have any surprises later on. We put in the very, very best that we can offer in terms of a city manager in Greg Caton, and his team has just done a phenomenal job. Both the charter officers and the staff hired by Greg Caton, and in order to prioritize and ensure that we are on the long-term path to prosperity. I applaud the Budget Review Commission. I applaud the mayor's Budget Review Commission, something that she ran on, and we brought in together to make sure that the taxpayer is protected. Now, I want to get to I want to really speak to some of the speakers tonight, and want to address something once and for all about anti-Semitism and a hawk and the whole thing. At no time did any speaker or any council member, for that matter, want to mention, in my opinion, the most important topic that any city can provide, which is our police and fire. We just took it for granted that they did a great job. That's the lion's share of our budget, is those protecting us. And I applaud Chief Shannon and Chief LeDuc for doing such an outstanding job working with the city manager in making sure that we are living within our means and providing the best of the best protection for our community members and residents. What are people obsessed about in a $2 billion budget? Something that amounts to 0.025% of that budget. Now, You tell me where that is what's everybody's bugaboo. You tell me why. The fact of the matter is that I think it's twofold. One is that it's the Jews, and the second thing is that it happens to be my community. I want everybody to know that this issue came up prior to me being elected to the council by community members that I happen to be a member of the community of, but not for me. This was brought before I was ever elected. I want to be very, very clear here that there are speakers today that were in opposition to a crosswalk to save children, stating that not having a crosswalk is safer than having a crosswalk. That's absolutely absurd. And secondly, when people are saying Adam Quasman uses anti-Semitism when he doesn't get what he wants. Oh, but by the way, when he was in law school, he did 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and it happened to have to do with Judaism. I'm sorry, it does not hold anywhere close to a candle of acceptability. We, as a council, have got to be better than this. We, as a community, have got to be better than this. And I'm going to call it out whenever I see it. My community is the fastest growing Jewish community in Arizona. It happens to be in Scottsdale. We're blessed to have a huge Jewish community. We're blessed to have a growing Hispanic community. I care about all citizens, and especially children. And I think that we have to make sure that we put the infrastructure in place to make sure that children are safe. It's just as simple as that. Do we want children safe? Yes, we got to build the infrastructure. I'm dismayed that there are those who would think that saying that I would fly to the press over an issue when the press coverage yesterday about, there happens to be a crosswalk adjacent, but it happened to be because of a deep fake AI video, and it was about the future of politics. And by the way, the press person I spoke with, I think anybody who knows any history of me in Arizona politics, he and I are not exactly going to dinner together, all right? I did not run to any press member about this and run and start clanging anti-Semitism. But what I heard tonight actually makes me think that if this were some pickleball court that we were building, nobody has a problem with spending all this money on a pickleball court. When it comes to helping children, now we have an issue, because I happen to be a member of a synagogue that an issue started prior to me being elected. This is not about me. This is about children in this community. I want to go back to what Councilmember Graham said about a rainy day fund and making sure that in case the state legislature takes away tax revenue from us. We should be worried, and I'm glad that we were there in the last budget to take care of it, and keeping that singular rainy day fund is absolutely appropriate. I support it. I want to make sure that as we move forward, this budget is outstanding, but I want to make sure, and I want everybody to hear this, that we will continue to keep our promises to our police officers and our firefighters, and make sure that they are a top 3 paid organization respectively in this state. We're going to keep those promises. We're going to make sure that roads are paved, cops and fire are paid, and that you, the taxpayer, is taken care of once and for all, and make sure our children are safe. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank all the speakers who were here tonight. It's really nice always to have people come and speak, and I support the crosswalk. I support safety on our roads. Generally, I would like to see my council colleagues work harder with me, as we have defunded very important road projects that have put residents in danger. So that's something to work on. Generally, on the budget, what do all of the presentations have in common. I'll let you think about that while I tell you that a budget is a book of priorities, and that funding those priorities is the real trick of good governance, right? And so what all those presentations had in common is those projects were funded by the past councils. They were funded by the voters, the past councils listening to the residents, then going with 2019 bonds, that was my first success, and then Prop 490. You saw that on every one of those slides, from Westworld to police to fire to parks. And so I just have two colleagues in the audience right now, former Councilwoman Milhaven and Betty Janik. Thank you for helping fund this year's budget. There was a lot of talk about it being a conservative budget. So the operating budget is what we really look at. And the operating budget is basically the same as last year, and that's good. The difference is that last year we continued a policy that was began on the last council, which was to pay down ballooning public safety pension debt. So last year we had a $50 million pay down, which is saving us $5 million a year. So that's the only variance, really. Other than that, the operating budget stays the same. So how did we keep the operating budget the same? That's where I have some cautionary concerns I want to share. We have slashed a lot of positions. Now, on the surface, it sounds like, well, if you cut positions, you save money. Now, as Mr. Caton pointed out, many of these positions are vacant. But people need to understand that what we should be looking at is, why can't we fill these positions? We have a very low employee count per population, plus we have 11 million visitors every year. And I can tell you, in the past, that philosophy of reduce the employee count didn't work out so well, because our employees, for instance, many of the employees are gone, have generated hundreds of millions of dollars of grants that fund our projects, our infrastructure projects, and then keep our taxes low. And we saw in the past, there was a lot of talk from my colleagues, which I agree with both of them, about deferred maintenance. I always say, you want to fix the roof leak before the roof caves into your kitchen. So in the past, when that philosophy of let's cut staff people, we weren't able to maintain the city to the level we needed to. So instead of fixing bridges, we had to rebuild them at a cost to the taxpayers. So I'm very concerned about that. I think that we also have in the past realized that when we contract out, because we don't have enough staff, we don't get the quality we get from our excellent staff, and it costs us more. And there was a little talk about that with the trees. We heard, well, we're trying, thank you to Prop 490, which not everybody up here supported, but Prop 490 gave us the money to bring in our own arborists, because then we'll get consistent, better management of our trees. So I also want to talk about the rainy day fund. And I just want to be really clear, our staff is so good at making things, not pointing fingers. Politicians, we point fingers, right? So let's be clear, the state legislature, again and again and again, these last few years, have gutted our revenue. And just because they gut our revenue doesn't mean we don't have to protect you. So that is why we built up, on my watch, we've changed policies to require more reserves. And then this added little buffer because they're going after a food tax, which costs people just really pennies a day. And you have to understand, these taxes, those 11 million visitors pay in. So we're having to have these special funds because we have a legislature that doesn't report to you as well as the city council does. Then I want to talk about capital improvement projects. Just because we defund them doesn't mean they go away. But it gives an illusion that we're more efficient. And I think honesty goes a lot further. Nobody picks Scottsdale because we're the cheapest city. We pick it because we believe our government will be honest, transparent, and make sure that that the services we expect, the safety we expect, is delivered. And so I'm very concerned. And of course, as you already heard me speak on water, our job, that is maybe more important than you policemen. I don't know. I'm looking at our police. Police, fire, water. I mean, these are essential services, traffic safety. We are looking at tremendous cuts to the Colorado River allocation. We knew that. This isn't a surprise, and that's why we developed a strategic plan. But we have defunded it for those cuts are coming next year. They're not coming 10 years from now or 5 years from now. And with water, when you go from that silver bullet to that silver buckshot, like our staff member mentioned, it's not a switch we turn on. It's an investment we have to make and takes time. So we know that ADEQ, the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, is going to add an extra layer of treatment. We know what that layer is. There are some uncertainties, but other cities, they haven't stopped. They haven't defunded. They're moving forward while still negotiating with ADEQ to get the rules so that they're right-sized and right-priced for our residents, or for residents statewide. So I'm very disturbed that we've defunded the really 2 out of 4 water projects in the strategic plan for this coming year. We're losing time. We're letting that roof cave in rather than to plug the hole. And I want to talk about the Bartlett Dam because water's not as confusing as people think it is. But what we're paying for is a study. And our staff member mentioned that in past studies, people paid in for the study, but they didn't necessarily get the water. That's because people don't drink studies. They drink water. And the cost isn't the study, but if we pay for a study, but we haven't been disciplined in putting aside money to actually pay for that future water, will we be one of those who's paid for the study and doesn't get the water? And I can tell you I've spoken with SRP engineers who have assured me there are far more people who want that water than there is water. So I'd like to see the final budget have that same disciplined approach that have guided Scottsdale and Arizona for decades, where you go ahead and you put in the number. If you have no funding in the infrastructure, in the CIP budget, you are guaranteed to be 100% wrong. So isn't it better to put that $100 million in the CIP for next year, budget accordingly, and we always budget conservatively and then come back and say, hey, you know, we over-delivered, we undersold, over-delivered, you know, we gave you more. But to not do it has real costs. And when it comes to water, everything I've done in my 8 years and everything the city's done in the last 30 years is to deliver on a single headline that we all want. And that headline is Scottsdale thrives despite significant cuts to Colorado River water supply. And that's the headline we need. And we want to make sure we fund accordingly, because guess what? The cost of having one headline that isn't that is going to be permanent damage to the city, even if water still flows. And as I said before, water will still flow. We're talking about cost. And there's a big difference between $300 an acre foot and $7,000 an acre foot. So I'm looking forward to that silver buckshot. We're going to be more diverse in our water sources. We're going to be more secure. And we just have to continue to follow the plan. Thank you.
Councilwoman McCallan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just want to reiterate, and this is to our city attorney, what the mayor said about making sure that we are in alignment with the law. We want to make sure we're following the rules, especially prior to approving a budget. If we have to align things differently, then we'll have to do that. But to make sure that the items that former Councilman Smith brought up, that we're on the right side of that. That would be my caution to you, and that you report that back to us, please. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you. And I don't see any more speakers, but I just want to, it's okay. First, during our joint session with the Budget Review Commission last year, I challenged the city manager to reduce spending, divisional spending across the board by 10%. And I got a lot of like shock. So, and I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that you met the challenge, and thank you for doing that. I still think there's room to sharpen the pencil, though, and drill down a little further. I know this is the first pass at this. I feel like, you're really motivated to do what at least I challenged you to do. And again, I appreciate it. I'd love to see a little more, sharpness, fine tuning, so that we can really say, not only were 33 FTEs eliminated, but that we aren't just saying 33 were eliminated, but yet we have 33 new FTEs, right? I'd love to see the unfilled vacancy number go down further where possible, and I do think it's possible. I don't have any evidence of that, but I trust in your ability to do that. I'd love to see that on our next swipe at this. And to really the rest of the story, I do think this is a great starting point. I think we're in a really good spot. Starting with the 10% savings across the board that you challenged all the departments to do. I mean, things are great. Crime is down, especially type 2. Is it type 2 felonies? I forget the designation. The most dangerous and the most horrific crimes are down dramatically in Scottsdale. We have zero vacancies in PD, which is exactly what we strive to do. Revenues are up. Expenses, for the most part, across the board are down. We've paid off debt early so that we have long-term savings year over year, and ultimately, in the long run, it's all really great news. Fire, we've really enhanced fire protection with respect to bringing on the ambulance service and funding that, funding the additional through the Parks and Preserve. Glad to see those new positions, especially when it comes to the wildfire urban interface position and the others that you've got in the preserve. So that's wonderful news, and I think, we're really doing a great job, and, it really looks good on paper, so thank you. Councilwoman DeBoscus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to highlight the $85 million reduction in a $2.1 billion budget. That's an enormous reduction, 3.8%, while at the same time increasing our reserves and contingencies by $20 million. So cutting the budget in a smart way, not making sharp cuts, but making thoughtful, careful cuts, but also being able to stash money for a rainy day. So that's a really great way to approach this budget. We're adding 22 FTEs for fire for the ambulance service, phase 3. So we're investing in our ambulance service and the health of our community. $5 million for sworn compensation adjustments. We are investing in our sworn officers. And $3.4 million for the Gray Tsunami, an investment in skills replacement. As the chair of the Community Safety Committee, it was my pleasure to hear Chief Shannon talk about the opportunity to provide more training for the existing team. How are we going to get the guys at the mid-level, the ladies at the mid-level, up to the highest level? Because the highest level, those certifications, those are the ones that are retiring. And so how do we get that knowledge and bring that into the community? And so these are a couple of years of investment in doing that. One of the things that we'll do is improve morale. It'll give firefighters an opportunity to learn and grow within the fire department. It's just exciting for everyone. So thank you, Chief Shannon, for your continued effort in that area. And then I wanted to highlight $45.9 million for roads. We spent $44 million last year. In 2 years, that's $90 million on roads, and we're cutting our budget $85 million. It's absolutely incredible money management. There is a road that I travel that's right in front of our grocery store, and it was rated a 27 PCI index. I went through the calendar. There's a tool that the city manager's office provides, and you can look at the PCI index of the roads in your area or anywhere in the city of Scottsdale. This road was so terrible, it was a 27. Anything that starts with a 50 is tear it up and start all over again. So 27 is just absolutely unacceptable. And just over the course of the last 3 weeks with our spring paving program coming back, that road has been torn up, it was redone, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Our investment in the roads for $90 million over the course of 2 years is gonna have a significant impact on the city of Scottsdale. It's gonna have an impact on how people see us when they come to visit, on our resident experience, and then also on the people, the quality of, the people who want to come and they want to stay here and they want to live here. They're going to say, wow, this is a great place to be. I don't hit potholes anymore. So thank you, City Manager Caton. This is excellent, excellent work. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, that concludes the speakers from the dais. And so moving right along, thank you, everyone, for the presentations. We appreciate it. Public comment. This is the time for Scottsdale citizens, business owners, and our property owners to comment on non-agendized items. And hopefully we'll keep it in the fair way. And items that are within the council's jurisdiction, also within the fairway. No official council action can be taken on these items, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and it's getting really, really late, so if you can keep it at least to the 3 minutes, we would appreciate it. If you wish to speak on a non-agendized item, please see the city clerk if you haven't already registered. And notably, we still have the joint work study session with the BRC, so it is getting late. So calling all non-agendized public comments, starting with Steve Sutton, followed by Dan Isaac, Yvonne Cahill, and then Jason Alexander. Yeah, I don't see Steve either, so you're up, Dan.
Dan Isaac, address still on record. At the last meeting, Adam Quasman disrupted my public comment in an attempt to infringe upon my First Amendment rights. Now, people have a gross misunderstanding of First Amendment rights. The U.S. Constitution specifically says that the federal government cannot limit our speech. However, over the decades and centuries, that has been expanded to state and city government. Now, that does not mean that I can say anything I want anywhere at any time. If something's threatening or obscene or menacing, government has the right to intervene. But a city council does not have the right to limit specific words. I sent the case law to our city attorney and to the council, and Adam Quasman ignored it. He admitted to me that he never read it. That case law was Acosta versus City of Costa Mesa. It's black and white. A word cannot be prevented from being spoken because somebody might think it is offensive or disruptive. Despite that, Adam Quasman continues to step on my First Amendment rights. The word is the word that Jan DeBoscus said when she filed a false criminal complaint against our mayor. And then, as a child would do, in a fit of jealousy, called the mayor a bitch. So, I will continue to remind the people of Scottsdale that Jan DeBoscus' behavior is reprehensible and deplorable, until such time as she publicly apologizes to the mayor for the false criminal complaint and using the pejorative word. And I will continue to remind people until Adam Quasman condemns her publicly for using the word that he thinks is so offensive. Jan DeBoscus controls way more of this city council than people believe. She comes across as very nice and polite because she has Adam and Barry do her dirty work. And she also controls our unqualified city manager, which is why we get a crosswalk thrown into the budget without proper analysis. That is why I and others are starting a recall of Jan DeBoscus, because her behavior is unbecoming of an elected official.
I
Point of
need to
order, this is
interject, sir.
Point of order.
You can't use
not
this for
campaigning.
electioneering.
I'm not campaigning, I'm making a statement of fact. Her behavior is unacceptable.
That may be the case, but here's the deal. You cannot use the podium to electioneer on a recall election. That's specifically prohibited by statute.
And I didn't ask anyone to sign a petition, did I?
Did you mention a recall election?
People mention that they are running for office. That's not
Let's go
electioneering.
ahead and close this up, and let's just,
So,
let's
that's fine.
avoid that
That's
conversation.
fine.
Okay.
Her behavior is deplorable. Her actions are deplorable. She is unfit for city council, and people need to know who she is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving right along, Yvonne Cahill, and then last we'll have Jason Alexander.
I know.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was just wondering, when we come to city comments for the public or at the end now, would it be inappropriate if I wear my pajamas? Because by the time I get home, it's going to be like really late. I wish I was out celebrating Cinco de Mayo instead of being at the city council meeting for 4 hours. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about The Boy Who Cried Wolf, which is a classic fable by Aesop, about a bored shepherd boy repeatedly tricks the villagers. In the story, a shepherd boy, bored while watching his sheep, decides to play a prank on nearby villagers. He runs to the village shouting, "Wolf, wolf!" The villagers rush to help him but find no wolf, but the boy laughing. He repeats the trick a second time, and the villagers again come to his aid, only to be fooled again. A real wolf then appears, attacks the flock, and the boy cries for help. But this time, no one believes him. The wolf eats the sheep. The boy is left to face the consequences of his dishonesty. The story, found in many children's books, teaches the moral that liars are not believed even when they tell the truth, highlighting themes of trust, honesty, and a responsibility to the public. Councilman Quasman, you have called so many people anti-Semite that when one actually shows up, no one will believe you. And this includes very close friends of mine who are Jewish. The public has lost trust in you. Running to the press when you do not get your way with false claims is not becoming to a council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we have, where was I? Jason Alexander. Okay, we're keeping it in the fairway. That's my phrase for the evening.
Great phrase, Mayor. Thank you. Jason Alexander, address on record. I want to circle back to 2 points. One, I'm actually upset that Adam Klausman is not here in person tonight because every time he is here, the community gets to see just how much time he actually spends on his phone during meetings. Adam mentioned how irrelevant his history in law school was, so I want to bring some facts up for an article that I wrote about him for the AZ Jewish News. On January 21st, 2016, Quasman was a first-year law student at ASU. A respected law school professor who was also Jewish named Joshua Dressler was asked about a student's comment about Senator Ted Cruz's campaign that Donald Trump represents New York values.
Point of order. We respect First Amendment.
What's your point of order?
Allow me to make my point of order.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor.
And you excuse me, Councilman Graham, when you make a point of order, you don't launch into a dissertation. You ask to be recognized, okay?
Thank you for the education, Mayor.
Thank you. Go right ahead with the point of order.
Mr. Parliamentarian, my point of order is comments at non-agendized public items should be on items under our jurisdiction.
That's correct.
So I would ask the presiding officer to please enforce that with the speaker. I don't know how talking about decades ago in somebody's law school class is under our jurisdiction.
If you'd let me continue, Mr. Graham,
So
I'm
going to respond to that. Okay. That is the rule. That is the rule. It's a little difficult to tell in the first 40 seconds if you're comments, your public comments, pertain to something within the council's jurisdiction. So please direct your comments in the 3 minutes you have to items that are possibly or arguably within the council's jurisdiction.
Relevant to what Mr. Quasman said, how he claimed that opposition to his crosswalk was based on anti-Semitism, I would like to show that Mr. Quasman, in the instance from his law school class, criticized his law professor who said that Cruz's comments about New York values were anti-Semitic to him, and Quasman did not accept that. Quasman said, "Oh, you've got to be kidding. How can you possibly say that?" So it's ironic that Quasman would then attack other people and deny their interpretation of events and then justify or excuse opposition to this budget item as pure anti-Semitism. I think we're seeing hypocrisy with Mr. Quasman. Now, one thing I do agree with about Mr. Quasman, and if I could get the overhead for a second, is I do agree that we should avoid using fake AI-generated images, and we should avoid putting them on social media, which is why it is upsetting that Mr. Quasman has never condemned his colleague Barry Graham,
Point of order.
who uses this...
Point of order.
Councilman Graham, I'll recognize you. What is your point of order?
How are these comments under council's jurisdiction? I will ask you to enforce our rules of procedure.
As I just did, I asked Mr. Alexander to get to his points
that's not
that are within
that's not
our
enforcement.
jurisdiction. He hasn't finished yet. I understand you don't like the lead up, but can I ask you, Jason, are you going to get to something that's within the council's jurisdiction?
Yes, I believe I will.
Well, I need you to.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
You.
So my point is the hypocrisy we see in Mr. Quasman's complaints that are directed at his budget items. When Mr. Quasman claims that AI should not be used to criticize him, to criticize his policy decisions, I would like him to adopt a similar attitude toward Mr. Graham's PR person, who recently put out these AI-generated images from last week's meeting. Mr. Graham has paid Rod Pritchett $54,600.
Jason, how is this within the council's
Point of order.
You don't need to interrupt Mr. Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor.
How
I
is
think
this
I've made my
within-
point on this then.
How
Thank you.
is this within the council's jurisdiction? It's not.
Okay, I'll refrain from doing that then.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Borowski.
Thank
you
you.
for listening. Have a wonderful Cinco de Mayo.
Thank you. I hope we get there. I hope it's not
Madam Mayor,
Cinco
I'd
de
like to-
Siete. Wait, is that 7? Is 6? All right.
Mayor, we have
Madam
one
Mayor,
more.
I'd like to respond.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to respond to the comments.
Oh, okay. Please, go right ahead, Vice Mayor. Seis.
Yeah,
Cinco de Seis, sorry.
Seis de Mayo.
Seis de Mayo. It would be Seis de Mayo. I just want to say that once again, everybody is seeing the true colors of what's going on here, and that this is pure politics, and unfortunately, everybody has to suffer because of it. But I just want everybody to know that this community and these members of the council are going to continue to focus on what matters to residents, public safety, prudence when it comes to the budget, and making sure that our roads are the most wonderful in all of Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes
Mayor,
public...
we have one more speaker. Paris Blumenthal would like to speak.
Oh, she wasn't on my list. My apology. Hi, Paris. Come on back up. He. I knew that because your name matches your hat. Well, it's late. You never know.
It's me again, Paris David Blumenthal. I wanted to just mention a couple things. I know that anti-Semitism and so forth has been brought forth tonight, and it's been a set of circumstances, and then also picking on some of the councilmen for whatever reasons. I find them quite pleasant. There were several incidences that when I moved here, I was living overseas for 9 years. I had a couple threats from these pro-Palestinian groups and so forth in front of the Jewish Community Center. In my youth, I was a bodyguard for Whoopi Goldberg, Steven Seagal, and and George Burns. And just random, it looks like they're paid to do this. But we were talking about the crosswalk before, but there is a real live situation of anti-Semitism, which I've never really felt before until the last year and a half. And one gentleman said that he had a gun in front of me because I was trying to protect an older lady. So I obliged him, and the police were there. I did ask him to pull it, please. And he decided not to, for smart reasons, afterwards. But there is anti-Semitism going through the localities of the synagogues. There's also a beautiful church next to us, which a lot of traffic has been generated because of that. But I just say, in regards to this anti-Semitic situation, and they were bringing in Vice Mayor Quasman, I know him, I've met him before, but I don't see him crying wolf all the time for sets of circumstances for that. But it is alive here, and we're just looking for safety and security for our people who live here. Everybody here seated, they all deserve that and have earned it. But this anti-Semitic set of circumstances everybody keeps on bringing up, it does exist, but so be it. But please, I'd like to have some people, if they want to talk to the council people and so forth, or the mayor, I'm sure they can discuss it they're very nice people, personally on the side, but I don't think we should be bringing up our differences and depreciating the value of their character in any such way. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. All right, moving right along to the work study session. There's been I'll close public comment and move on to citizens petitions, which there are none. And so we're going to move right along to the work study session, which is, of course, a less formal setting for the mayor and council to discuss specific topics with each other and city staff, and in this case, the Budget Review Commission. And it also provides us the opportunity to receive direction, or them, the opportunity to receive direction from the council. We have received 3 requests to speak on the on the work study session, and I'm going to take those first. So starting with Betty Janik. Thanks for sticking with us this long.
Oh my goodness, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Now I know why I decided not to run. Anyways, my name is Betty Janik, and good evening, Mayor, City Council members. And I want to give a very big shout out to our Budget Review Committee. I attended their most recent meeting. They are on task, they study, it's open for public review, and they bring up topics that kind of are foreshowing of what will be at our city council meetings. So thank you very much. Could you turn on the overhead, please? Good, you did. Okay, real quick. This is a map that shows where we are right now. Some of you have seen it, but just point it out. The green line is our average water that flows into Lake Powell. This blue jagged line is the actual water now, and it's for the first quarter of our year, that has flowed into Lake Powell. And we are at 22% of our 60-year average, and we are ready to set a new record low. So obviously we have a water shortage. Now, will we be able to sustain it for a while to fill the gap between what we need and what we have? And the answer is yes. It's a very resounding yes, because our water department is very intelligent, and they saved for years all the extra cap water that we had available. So yes, but it depends upon how deep the cuts are, and it depends upon how much we're willing to conserve. So maybe 3 years, may not be, maybe longer. So let's kind of be thinking about conservation. Now, I want to talk about our new sources of water. I'm going to list some of them. Harquahela, APRW, Bartlett Dam, purchase credits, desalination, and anything new that might come along. And the good news is David Walby, who's been with the Water Department, has been recently appointed to cover all these new possible technologies so that we can have a robust source of water. The one I like the best, and you're probably not going to be surprised, is Whoa, hard to read. Hard to read. It's APRW, but I'll go through it briefly. Number one, in 2019, we had the most advanced process for purified recycled water. We got the award from the state, the first permit to study this issue, and we were very successful. Everybody liked the beer that was made with the water, and people thought the water was very refreshing. And I consumed it, and I am still alive. Okay, number two, the state just changed the guidelines for this. They've added one more step. It has to do with the sampling of the purity of the water as it reaches its destination. It is an expensive step. So there is discussion at the level of the state to adjust that. I would suspect that within about a year we should have the final. And we originally thought this would be ready in 27, 28. It looks like it's going to be closer to 2030. We already paid for the water. We should recycle it. If the Artemis astronauts, there wasn't 3 minutes, can recycle, so can we. So why was it removed? I'll cut it 30 more seconds. It was removed because we changed the way we did our accounting. I question that. Arizona and Scottsdale's success has been to keep politics out of water policy. This feels like we've crossed the line. But then there's good news. We have $100 million in a CIP. Brian Biesmeyer is coming up, and our Budget Review Committee has made the recommendation, as soon as the numbers are available for pure water, they will review it for inclusion into the CIP as a line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Sutton is not here, so we're going to move on to Mark Rentz, followed by Dan Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got questions that I hope that your team here can answer, give me better insight on the plan. But first of all, I want to thank those comments from the previous speaker. I cannot iterate how important it is for the council to take this water situation very, very serious. I'm just going to leave it at that without getting into too much emotional aspect of it. But I have some questions. First of all, does the city have a contingency plan in response to specifically significant reductions in Colorado River allocation? It is so very important that it is recognized that Scottsdale, 70% plus of Scottsdale water comes from the Colorado River. If the Bureau of Reclamation cuts back on that water, that will have serious impacts on water supply. It will also have serious aspects on all this fiscal discussion we've been having tonight. So the question is, if Scottsdale has to purchase water to offset Colorado River shortfall, where's the money coming from? And we're not talking little change either. We're talking money that's going to be very expensive. Water, I mean, that's going to be very expensive. And I'm not sure I understood what was meant by transferred out, which affects 30% of the budget as applies to water supply. I don't understand why there's no dollars for water source and supply in fiscal year 26 and 27. I don't understand why there's not any line item budget for recycled water, expanding it, and for other infrastructure projects, most notably the increased storage capacity of Barrett Dam. In conclusion, I appreciate that the council member, I hope I pronounce it, Dubakis, gave us her insight, shall we say, of fiscal prudence. I would throw back at you, ma'am, that you and others voted on a circle intersection that was already very close to completion, with rejecting city staff's reasoning for the going with the circle. And consequently, you threw away $31 million. I consider that fiscally imprudent. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And finally, Dan Isaac.
I'd like to, sorry, Dan Isaac, address on record. I'd like to echo Ms. Janik's comments about the BRC doing a yeoman's job. I've attended one meeting in person and watched several on video, and they're doing what we need to do. And I will also compliment the city overall of really trying to be fiscally responsible. They have done some good things. However, I would like the BRC to call out shenanigans. One example would be when last year's budget was done, we didn't eliminate vacant positions. And why didn't we do that? Because some people wanted to come in under budget this year. Now, for the next fiscal year, they're eliminating those positions so that we can have savings, so that we can look like we're fiscally responsible. This is all gamesmanship. If it wasn't right last year, we shouldn't do it this year. Or if we are going to have an inconsistent policy, we should admit that it's so that we can make things look better. When we take great pride of spending $90 million on improving our streets, we should also mention the fact that there's one council member who's been there for 10 years that allowed the streets to deteriorate, and another one who was on the Department of Transportation when the Transportation Department was playing games with regard to the pavement quality index. So there are things that need to be called out strongly so that the residents of Scottsdale know the difference between sound fiscal management and electioneering. That also goes to when they say that safety is one of our biggest concerns, but as the last gentleman mentioned, and I previously mentioned, if safety is such a concern, why did we spend $5 million extra and push $30 million into a next fiscal year, delaying other projects to make something less safe? So I will conclude with this quote from Seneca, and it is really sad that this quote applies 2,000 years later. Beware of men who lie and deceive. They only wish for power. Their speeches are soothing and fiery, their vision a paradise. But the reality they create is the opposite. If those who vote could only understand that these men are devils who crown themselves and never look back on the promises they make. Seneca. It still applies today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, that concludes the speakers on our work study, and welcome, all of you. Thank you for sticking with us tonight. So, who is going to kick it off? Mr. Schweikert?
I believe the city treasurer is going to
City
start.
treasurer. Oh, there you go. Sonia, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I just have a few quick introductory slides. Today's presentation is the Commission's report to Council. So I'll just quickly go through my introductory slides and turn it over to Chair Schweikert. Next slide. I wanted to start by thanking the Budget Review Commission. We don't have all the commission members here, but we have 4 of them here. I wanted to thank them for the time that they took to understand the city's finances, the interest that they expressed, the great questions and suggestions that they've come up with, and also the effort that they spent and all the time they took to review the budget fund by fund with us. Thank you for your patience with staff, and thank you for all that you've done for us. Next slide. Just as a reminder for Council and also for our larger audience who may not understand what the Budget Review Commission does, the Budget Review Commission is advisory to Council, meaning that they do review our budget, but Council remains fully responsible for the city's budget. Per ordinance, the BRC is also allowed to review other budget areas that is outside of the proposed budget, and you will hear from them tonight on some of those areas that they're proposing to look at. And next slide, this is my last slide. And I wanted to recap Council's directions and suggestions or guidance for the BRC back in the November 17th work study session. Council suggested that the Budget Review Commission look at financial trends and ratios, compare those trends and ratios to peer cities, look at budget variances, of course, review the proposed budget prepared by staff, and then bring forward any budget topics for consideration. And that is what they have done for the last 5 months, and you will hear from them tonight. And I will turn that over to Chair Schweikert now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chair Schweiker, please proceed.
Thank you. Mayor Borowski and honorable council members, Sunday I was at the memorial service for former Paradise Valley Mayor Ed Lowry, with whom I served as vice mayor for 6 years. Ed taught me how to effectively run meetings so that everyone was heard and felt their input was valuable. Whenever there were issues where members had divergent views, Ed always had them work together to find common ground. My old friend David Smith started that with the Budget Review Commission last year, and we continue to work that way. Mayor Lowry always thought that if you studied a situation thoroughly and from all viewpoints, more often than not, there turned out to be one correct answer. That has proven true with the BRC. This year's BRC is comprised of bright, energized, and interested residents, all of whom greatly contributed to our findings. This presentation was authored by all of them. Mark and Brad and I are merely the presenters. As we look at various subjects, all of our committee members are free to contribute on anything they want to jump in and talk about. So our task was to make recommendations that we think are in the best interests of our residents and the city for the next year and beyond. Especially as we reviewed the CIP projects, it gave us an opportunity to recommend ways to future-proof the city. City revenues are slowing and needs are rising. Roads and water are two of the long-term challenges that we spend a lot of time reviewing. Both are important, and we all have trust that the city will keep our roads smooth and our water flowing. Sustaining police, fire, ambulance, and city services amid unknown challenges to revenue will continue to be issues that need close attention. The BRC could not have done its work without the support of our wonderful city staff. We greatly appreciate their time and especially the time, effort, and input we received from the city manager and city treasurer. So now let's look at what our work product was. So the BRC had discussions and reviews of the proposed budget. We started in December and did it through April. If you go to the next slide, in December, we looked at financial ratios, revenue trends, budget variances. Then we moved to preliminary capital improvement projects. Then we went to the general fund revenues with budget variances, and then the proposed 26-27 operating budget. And here we are to do a report to the council. So what did we look at? Mark, you're going to jump in on this one.
Okay, go ahead and go to slide 7. Yeah, I would like to echo what our chairman said about, he was very inclusive when it came to the way he ran the meetings, and I don't think anyone ever felt like they didn't have an opportunity to have their view aired, so I do want to thank him for that. The first slide I'm going to go over is a review of a financial conditions report, and that's something that a lot of you might not even know exists, but it's something that a lot of time went into to prepare, and it was prepared in a fashion that if anyone ever said the city of Scottsdale does not take financial sustainability serious, there are elements of that report that kind of go through each of the measures that a lot of different cities would look at to determine whether or not they're sustainable and whether there's any red flags in there. And it's actually an excellent document that I'm very close to, and it does a very good job of comparing us to other cities. And generally, I'll echo, the budget is structurally balanced. The city is focused on maintaining that structural balance and financial sustainability, and we did have a chart at the end of that that compared us to other cities, and you would find that we compared favorably to that. We did it and recognize the fact that I think a lot of you know we're quite dependent on sales tax and tourism. One other thing I'll add in there, because I'm trying to integrate the discussions from earlier today, Fund balance is one of the measures that's in there. You saw a slide on reserves. There's like over $100 million in reserves. That's a fund balance allocation to help on the bond rating. And then you also talked about this $15 million for lost revenue. My understanding of a lot of the reserves you have are really an allocation of fund balance. That's cumulated excesses of revenue over expenses over the years, and you all have the ability to reallocate those things as you wish. The proposed budget has you allocating over around $100 million of it to the things you need for a general reserve to satisfy bond requirements. The $15 million is there in case you had a hit in revenue. You already have the fund balance there to absorb that hit, is my understanding of how that works. And as you're going to see later, you've got another $50 million in there that's tentatively allocated for potential PSRS paydowns. So I made a recommendation last year that you all periodically look at the roll forward of fund balance. That would be something that you can decide if you want that. Okay, we can go to the next slide now. Slide 2, a new thing that was added this year, we did a quarterly review of budget variances. So we looked at the variances through September and through December for each of those 2 quarters. Would not have seen anything since then. So we had those two to look at. It's a very powerful tool. I think it really helped the understanding of a lot of the commissioners, particularly new ones, but all of us, an understanding about how the mechanics of the city works. You had a pretty big challenge this year. You had a new ERP system put in. That's a big deal. I'm a retired audit partner with Ernst & Young, and I've audited companies, up to $1 billion in sales. I've seen a lot of ERP conversions. They're never easy. They're never as simple as someone says. You did have some differences that popped up, and I would categorize none of them as any unusual things, and I think it really took a toll on your people. But they really did an awful good job of managing that and making the corrections that were necessary as they went in. So they really did that. That was pretty good. The other thing I'll throw in here, and City Treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard a lot of different comments about flat budget, things being down or whatever. City budgets are very confusing. You have an operating fund, you have an enterprise fund, you have capital. And when you bundle them all together, it can make it look like things went down by a lot, but one element, like capital, could have gone way down, and it can kind of mask what's going on. So I just encourage you to look at each of the elements. One of the other slides that was in the presentation indicated that your expenditures were actually flat to budget, but that particular slide included enterprise funds as well as operating funds. So all I want to share with you all, my understanding is if you looked at your operating fund, which is really the most important one most people view from a city, kind of the general fund, the operating fund, in that case, the slide there showed that your operating fund expenditures actually went up by 12 million, okay? And then also your expenditures are running 7 million favorable to date this year. And the projection is that will be sustained through the end of the year. So your expenses, just so you know, are going up 20 million this year. But we didn't look into any analysis of that. Some of it's completely explainable. Ambulance is going up. Therefore, the expense side of that went up, revenue went up. So I don't know if you want to look at that or have anyone do any more analysis for you. I just didn't want you all thinking that everything was flat or down, because that's not the case when you look at some of the operating things that are there. Okay, we can go to the slide. I have 2 more slides I'm going to cover for right now. These will go quicker. Slide 9. On slide 9, the major revenue trends, the consensus of the group that we got out of that, again, you know this, very dependent on sales and tourism. And as I think Scott mentioned earlier, there is some risk, particularly from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Interesting observation, I guess, we had on sales tax. Sales tax revenue has increased by 3%. One interesting observation that the staff made, they said that GDP growth is projected to be around 1%, 1.5%, and inflation is expected to be 2% or so, 2 to 3%. So if I just kind of look at that, it's like if I add those numbers together, your 3% increase in sales tax kind of smells okay. So just a super high level observation on that. And then on slide 10, This tells some of the things we reviewed. We reviewed the CIP, and you've talked an awful lot about that. When we get to slide 13, I want to go over the change you made on CIP, which I think you all have a pretty good handle on it, and the impacts on water, which you talked about a lot. So I'm not going to try to go over things that have already gone over, but I will touch on some considerations on the new methodology. And then we also reviewed the operating funds during 3 different meetings that took place. So I'm going to turn the next 2 slides over back to my chair.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we spent a lot of time. It turns out to one slide, but we spent a lot of time talking about water and roads and everything, and that's reflected in, I think, a lot of the debate that you heard. So as we look on recommendations for the proposed 26-27 budget and CIP, we had a lot of public comments that were received, and we think the council should know about those. And there were a lot of public comments specifically requested that the Bartlett Dam and the APRW projects be reinstated into the 5-year CIP. And during this whole process, the city manager came back and said that he was putting $100 million in undefined, but into water projects back in the CIP project budget, because we think that's very important, because these projects, and there is not one thing that's going to solve the water problem. I mean, we hear there's 4 or 5 different prongs out there. They're all going to end up eventually being done, and they're all big ticket items, but they're spread out over a number of years. So we felt very comfortable when the city manager came back and said that there was going to be $100 million in the CIP project. So we like that. And then there were also public comments about consideration for the loss of federal funding for certain human services programs, and the city provided a memo on various housing funds and the risk that were entailed with all of them. So while that wasn't really an answer, it gave us a little bit of comfort knowing that they were looking at it and they were looking at the different options for that. So now we'll go on to the next slide, slide 13.
Yeah, 13. So back to me on slide 13. A couple of the recommendations. One of the first ones was a lot of discussion of the Granite Reef Senior Center and some of the condition that it might be in. And so there was a recommendation to include a feasibility study to determine what would be the best course of action with respect to shoring that up. The second one was a lot of discussion on APRW. And the conclusion there was we really didn't look at all the different options in water, so we're not your water people. We just looked at this and Bartlett because those 2 projects were taken out of the 5-year plan. And so that's why they got some attention. And we've heard some really interesting numbers as far as to what this might cost, but I also understand the regulations are so unclear right now. I don't know that anyone could actually do a calculation of what it would cost to do that project, even though it may be something you ultimately need. So the recommendation here was you should consider restoring it once you see what the cost estimates are. And if the cost estimates make sense, however you measure that compared to other opportunities or other options, then that's why that was one of the recommendations. The third point on the financial sustainability, okay, on your 5-year CIP, what the city manager did this year is he took a position that by and large said, if I don't have enough information to make this is my understanding, our understanding, intelligent and decent calculation of what it's going to be in the years it's going to fall, why should I put that in there? So a lot of things were taken out on the basis of the fact that we may need them, but we don't have good enough cost numbers to do a meaningful estimate. Therefore, those were generally taken out with the exception of, I think, $35 million for the wildlife crossing. And then you could kind of put the $100 million for water in there because you don't really know what that is. So that would be a little bit of an exception to the rule that was there. I compared your 5-year projection to a year ago, and it's $400 million lower. So a lot of dollars went out of that. Those are some of the projects it did. The concern there is, how does that all impact you? And the city will figure this out. But how does this all impact our debt capacity, the borrowing we're going to need, water rates we need in order to build for certain projects? So unfortunately, there's probably more questions here than there are answers, but I just wanted you all to recognize the fact that those project dollars came out of the 5-year plan, and I think that raises a lot of questions about how you might have to fund certain things going forward. And then the final comment was on PSRS. I guess the updated actuarial report isn't in yet, and this is just kind of a reminder of the dynamics there. You do have, you had $54.7 million is in your current budget right now, expected to be available at the end of the year. If you needed it, it's tentatively designated for that. But again, you can allocate or reallocate things as you wish when it comes to what's in fund balance. And the reminder there, I think that, I think Councilman Whitehead touched on it earlier, is you're basically earning 2-3% on the money that you have sitting. You've got several $100 million of fund balance reserves. You're earning a couple of percent on that, but if you put it in the pension's able to invest it at market rates. That ends up it'll be an actuarial assumption in there, 6, 7, 8%, something like that, but you'll actually get the actual returns that would defray additional pension costs. So it can be a real relief to your operating budget and a real reduction of police cost if you were to do that. But it's up to you to decide. We're not recommending that you do that because we don't have enough visibility into the other ways you might need those funds. So we can go to the next slide. So, Commissioner,
yeah, I just wanted to take a second here and expand a little bit on the first recommendation, which is do a feasibility study for the Granite Reef Senior Center. This budget. It is a 2019 bond proposal that keeps getting kicked down the road because there is no clear consensus on what the potential increase in care for seniors there, perhaps in partnership with Honor Health or another community partner, could be. So the city manager is absolutely correct. It should go to a feasibility study, but I have a concern about it keeps getting pushed off year after year after year. Everybody who would benefit from this, every senior, would be a resident of Scottsdale, a resident who helped build Scottsdale. Yet it's not in the budget. But a health clinic for Scottsdale staff is, and we value Scottsdale staff, but 80% of them are not residents. So all I'm saying is if you're going to value staff, also value your seniors who are residents, and put this back in the budget, please.
Thank you, Carla. We had great faith in what the city was doing and all their budgeting things, but several of us took the city budget and ran it through a bunch of different AI models and everything to look for sustainability and weaknesses and everything. And it all came out that Scottsdale is in a really good position. All of them had the caveat that we're very tourism sales tax dependent. So I think those are all very important things to know. One of the things, this is a pretty short presentation that we're giving you, and that is because the city staff was so good to work with that as we came up with ideas during our meetings, they were incorporated into the proposed budget that you're seeing right here. But there are some things that we might want to look at in the future. And these are things that require approval and direction from the council. So I'm going to turn that over to Brad Newman to go over those.
Thank you, Dan, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. We went through and looked at, as we've gone through the budget, there's a certain amount of spend. We've shifted some of that in terms of more roads, more of the basic infrastructure. Councilman Graham mentioned the net asset and maintaining that. That's becoming a greater need as the asset base of Scottsdale has grown. But yet the breakdown of the sales tax has not. And there are certain amounts of tax going certain areas where the needs may have changed over time. So it's been a while since we've looked at that. And so these recommendations are really around getting an analysis for next year's consideration of what should that sales tax stack be? Not an increase in sales tax. This isn't a what should the tax be, but what should be the configuration of what we currently charge. So it's a non-change analysis, because to raise taxes is a different analysis. So these three recommendations are really to ask the city treasurer's office to then develop what is the revenue demand that we have versus where the structural revenues are going, because they're mandated, in some cases mandated by voters. So, for example, we have about 0.3% going to roads. We have about 0.3% in total going to preserves. Not saying that's good or bad, but it's worthwhile to have the analysis, because if you're not buying land, for example, with preserves, if you're not buying land, there's a lot of money going there that gets trapped. And then, but the only way to move that around is through voter mandate. So at some point, something has to be done there, and maybe that's a broader strategic consideration to say, let's look at the stack of what we're going to be spending on roads, what we're going to be spending on other aspects. I've heard things around tourism. We just don't have the data on that to know, is that the right mix or not? But then come back with a recommendation for next year's budget, and that would be obviously a much broader consideration because that would end up as some kind of voter referendum at some point to decide what the sales tax configuration should be. That may or may not lead to what should the sales tax be, but that's a different discussion. But that's the purpose of the first one here, is what's the sales tax structure? Then when you look at the first tax that runs out through 2034 for the preserves, that tax was for buying land. The main purpose of that. I know Carla's going to have a comment here. And if we're buying land, then you need that tax. If we're not buying land, you're putting money into an account that it can never go anywhere under the way that's configured. With the Prop 490, that obviously takes care of a lot of needs, and as I understand, there are, by a super vote of the council, that tax configuration, that particular configuration can be adjusted depending on what happens with the first tax. So it's a strategic review of what those revenues are. The last one has kind of been answered by Treasurer Andrews. We threw that in there looking at that because the 2019 bond, that's now 7 years old, we're not done with that yet. How much of that's been spent? It was kind of thought that a smaller portion that has actually been spent was spent. It's actually been about 2/3 have been committed. It's hard to think that you would go back to voters to say, let's reconfigure the bond when 2/3 of that bond has already been committed and finish those projects. But the question was, with COVID, changes to the city, have these things changed enough that it's worthwhile to reconfigure some of how the revenue comes in so it is more compatible with the budgeting process. So that's the focus. You have this in your appendix, and you can go into more detail, but that'll be something that we're asking the city treasurer's office to come back with for next year's review, and then we can go through and have a discussion and make further recommendations on that. Okay. You have a comment? And Commissioner Carla would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. While I agree with Commissioner Newman and my fellow commissioners that these two items deserve discussion, there's a couple of clarifications. The Prop 490 tax, while you can adjust percentages of where the money goes with a supermajority vote of council, you cannot go outside the buckets that it's been identified before, which is parks, preserve, public safety, and some specific items at Westworld. If you wanted to go outside those buckets, it would take a vote of the people, for example, to bring in transportation. Then on the 2004 preserve tax, which the debt will be paid off in 2027, which leaves an additional 7 years, I want to stress that the Preserve Commission has started a year-long process to look at what additional qualified projects would be applicable to be covered in the preserve vision with this tax. And the number one is strategic land acquisitions, because there are 2,000 additional acres that qualify to be bought with this money. And the Preserve Commission is evaluating that amongst other things. And of course, nothing would go forward until after they do their review, they come forward to council for direction. But that is a public discussion and a council direction that will need to happen. So I don't want anyone thinking there's 7 years of free money out there that we could go to a voter go out to the voters and repurpose to transportation perhaps. This evaluation has to happen first, and direction has to happen because the voters voted for this for the preserve. And I will add one final thing that Mr. Smith, while I admire his passion, he is incorrect. As the city attorney said, when you look in depth at all the different parts of Prop 420, everything that the staff has in future projects does still qualify for preserved tax dollars under Prop 420. So just a couple of clarifications there. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to go to the next slide? Carla, would you like to talk on this one a little bit?
Sure.
Okay.
The federal funding cuts contingency plan, because we know we've had cuts this year, we'll have more next year, and the following year, a lot of cuts. Many families are going to fall off a cliff because of some of the federal cuts that have trickled down. And this recommendation is we would like to ask you to direct the BRC and staff to look at contingency plans to address how our vulnerable citizens, and I stress citizens, residents, will continue to be helped. Many of them are seniors, and without a detrimental impact, or at least a full knowledge of the impact on the general fund. So that's the first recommendation. And then the second recommendation is when we did a review at the beginning of our cycle and we're looking at what are we deficit in, we are deficit in looking at aging facilities and making sure that we are looking at how are we going to refurbish or fund them or get them up to snuff. I mean, you heard earlier about a fire station, looking at doing Paiute, however it ends up doing, is back in this budget, and I thank the city manager for that. But we need to look at that, and so we're asking if you can direct the BRC and staff to look at that over the break and how we keep up on that so we don't end up in a hole. So those are the two, and we'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One second, because Councilwoman McCallan was on the board. But do you have any of these recommendations? I have a question about procedure. Did you take a vote? Can we get an idea of, was it a majority recommendation? Was it partial? Was it minority? That would be really helpful.
Almost everything we voted on was a unanimous vote.
Oh, unanimous? Wow, look at you. It's amazing. All right, Councilwoman McCallan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all of you, your entire commission, but especially Chair Schweigert, Vice Chair Stevens, and then Carla and Mr. Newman for staying this whole night and being so cheery and presenting these, really important points. And, while we're in great shape, we need to be very prudent in how we do things for the future. And my thought when you were just talking, Commissioner Carla, is before we look to build brand new facilities or add on to a facility, we should take care of what we already have. Kind of like with the money set aside for the preserve. So just thank you for your prudence and being so cautious. And I also want to thank Sonia and Scott and all of your staff, as I'm sure all of us up here do. It's been a long process. When I talk to you individually, you're saying how great the BRC is, the BRC is saying how great you are. So thank you all for working so well together and for taking the time.
We do have one more slide to go over, though.
Okay, please do.
Is that okay?
I didn't mean to cut you short.
I thought, sorry, excuse me, please.
It's too late to cut the evening short.
Yeah, right, yeah, right. This one's really about a future direction slide, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about what happened, because what was done this year was a lot less than was done in the past. And I'm going to share a little bit about what happened, and I'm going to end it with us kind of asking you, what's the depth of the work you want the BRC doing, and what quality do you want of recommendations coming out of it? And then also, are you open to seeing if there's a way to allow us access to staff, since this year that was not available to us. So as a result, I can tell you from my standpoint, my effort paled in comparison to last year. So my recommendations weren't the same. I will be providing you all a separate letter indicating things that I think ought to be considered for either the BRC, the staff, or internal audit to consider that I think could make a difference on the budget, but we weren't able to get into that kind of stuff this year. What happened this year was there were some changes, and there was we were no longer able to meet with city staff that developed the budget to find out their thought process and what went into it. A thought was up there earlier about, hey, as you're putting it together, can we gather information from you without directing you, without making any legal decisions, in order to be in a better position to come back at a BRC meeting in an open meeting situation and have more thoughtful discussions. We weren't able to do that. So the preparation, I don't think, was the same. We also, our meetings did go too long last year, but they were changed this year. Staff had recommended that we try to limit them to 2 hours, and there were only 5 meetings in which we had time to talk over issues. And so you saw the presentations you got today. You also had the advantage of meeting with people beforehand, from what I could tell. Picture yourself getting presentations like you got today. That's all you get, and then you are supposed to talk and come up with some meaningful recommendations. Staff might disagree. They might think that we were able to get anything, but it was so difficult to try to get to any people who prepare the information that, in my mind, I was very dissatisfied, and I thought it was very ineffective from my standpoint. My views aren't necessarily shared by everyone. But we were told open meeting laws in the application, which your legal staff is taking on 38-43101, does not what I read in there, but that's what we were told we had to live by, and we weren't given any options to meet with staff. Now, having said that, since I'm probably the most vocal on this. If anyone else wants to share their view, go ahead.
And now for the other point of view, Carla.
Yes, Carla will say the things that other people won't. With all due respect to Commissioner Stevens, he just went a tiny bit rogue. Everything, all the other recommendations were unanimous. Even Brad and I found ways to agree. So, but what Commissioner Stevens just shared are his personal feelings. I want to stress that staff was extremely helpful, spent a lot of time with us, and legal repeatedly explained why we were constrained by the open meeting law. And Treasurer Andrews worked overtime to make sure to be the conduit to answer the questions we had. So I would ask you all to end this by bringing it back around to the actual recommendations that we all agreed on, and please consider putting some of these items back in your budget, and the ones that we're asking you to give us direction to study, please consider those seriously. Thank you so much for your time.
I just have to add one thing on our treasurer. I think she and our city staff are outstanding. She is extremely knowledgeable about city government and what's happening here, and I think you're very fortunate to have her. My frustration is not being able to prepare for meetings adequately.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for your passion and your interest in serving, and it's very valuable. I'm going to kick it off because I like a lot of these recommendations. I do think I, for one, would like to see you take a closer look at the increase in expenses for this year. I don't know how you do that structurally before the final budget adoption meetings, but I certainly would advocate for another meeting or two, whatever it took, for you to look at some of these other issues. A closer analysis on the advanced purification system. I think there's it's some murky waters, pardon the pun. Really, that was a double entendre pun, murky waters there. So I think that would be helpful to the extent, you think that's useful for our information. And really the puzzle for me, as many years as I've been paying attention to city budgets, what's the actual impact of taking it out of the 5-year CIP? How hard is it to catch up there? And I think we had some answers about that earlier, but that would be something I would like you to look at, and that was on your list. The $2 million for fire, the pay down, was already in there as optional. So I wouldn't concern myself about that because it's for us to decide. It sounds like it's a good idea based on what you said, Mark, as well. So the 3 options that you set forth, 1, 2, and 3, sales tax structure review, I think that's really good. I think that's a strong item for you to look at. Would that be in this preparation for the next fiscal year, correct?
For the next fiscal
Structurally.
year. Yeah, we can look at whatever you want us to do. We just need some kind of direction or resolution from you as to what you want us to look at. But yeah, those are things, and the advanced water purification, we don't have any more meetings before you adopt your tentative budget.
For next year.
So those are all things we can look at over the next year.
Right.
And we're happy to.
Okay, yes, and I'm just going down your list, actually, so these are helpful. And the 2004 preserve tax repurpose, I think, is a good one. I do think that's a good one. You're talking about buying more land. We dealt with that back in 2010, and the answer was no. So I'd hate to see when Croy Ekbla was advising, the council, that was a conclusion that the council came to way back then, that no more land was needed. But without getting off topic there, I would love to see that discussion had. Absolutely, that's my note, on the 2019 bond audit. I'll call it an audit of the bond projects. We dealt with that with the parking garage. This was a very big issue, determining, and looking at, I guess, really the likelihood or the need or the variance in the bond projects that were approved back in 2019 versus the usefulness or appropriateness, really, of some of those projects, looking at reevaluating them. So having you on the front lines of those that review would be excellent. And then lastly, I do think that having an opportunity to hear from staff, have a give and take like we did tonight, with the staff members or the heads of the departments is extremely valuable, and I do think you should have that opportunity. I did talk to the city attorney about this. It would not violate the open meeting law for your budget review commission to request that these staff members visit, come present to you alongside Sonia. And it would not be inappropriate at all to have that happen. And I do think that would advance the discussion and information completely. And that's just within the scope of your open meeting. That's not, going behind the scenes. So I think that's a compromise that could be really helpful, and I would advocate for that completely. So of your list, I'm tired, and maybe I didn't capture all of them. But I did like the lists. Putting the Granite Reef project back in, I just really need to know more in order to form an opinion about that. But I don't disagree with that idea. Thank you. Anybody else want to talk? Think everyone's asleep? All right, then my ideas go. I'm speaking on behalf of everyone. Councilwoman Littlefield likes my ideas. Yay. Winning.
I like your ideas, and I like your presentations. Thank you very much for all the work that you've done for us and the time that you spent getting all of this material together. Thank you. I like your ideas, and I think you ought to continue doing exactly what you're doing. I like what the mayor said, and I support her suggestions and actions for what you can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman DeBoscus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One suggestion that I might make is for you to consider is revenue projections. How do we arrive at the revenue projections? Frequently, what Councilman Graham talks about is that our revenue projections are conservative throughout the year, very conservative throughout the year, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But maybe you want to take a look at how do we come up with our revenue projections? Do you think that that's the right methodology, and what might we consider to do better? You know, the closer we can get to the budget, then we can really determine how much money we need. How much money do we really need? How much money do we have coming in? How much money we need to ask taxpayers for? And so that might provide us some opportunities for relief from some of these taxes if we're taking a look at what we need. And so if we were able to have a little bit more accurate system, that might be helpful. Or you might say, you know, as a group, we don't want to look at that right now. We've got our set for the next year. So just a thought. You like looking at money. Good.
We're happy to look at anything you want us to look at.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be helpful because part of what we want to do, we don't want to end up like Tempe, right? Where now they're looking at a 0.5 point increase. And so we want to be careful about how much money do we really have? How much money do we have to spend? And could we provide some relief to our residents? Or, you know, is the current system appropriate? So, thank you.
I'd like to share something. When you mention something like that, it's probably a question of how deep would you like us to get into something like that. I'm from an audit world, so as a result, there's certain things you look at to form an opinion. If it's just going to be staff making a presentation like they did today to you, we already got that. And so some of us, maybe like myself, would be happy to dig into something a lot more if there's an area you'd like us to. And I'd be happy to look at how they're coming up with those numbers in a little bit more sufficiency. But then that requires me to meet with the staff who are putting the numbers together. And if I'm allowed to meet with Sonia and the staff, that's okay. I tried to propose something like that last year. My vision was, as they're putting the information together, whatever areas you want us to look in, let us piggyback as they're putting it together. That way it's fresh and you're not taking extra staff time. So it's still unclear to me. Maybe next year when we set the scope, you'll have to let us know to what degree we're able to actually get into meaningful information.
Well, thank you to each of you. Appreciate your time. Thank you for staying late tonight. We appreciate you.
So the question was for a council resolution. Luis, how would you like us to make this so it doesn't kind of just dissipate into status quo?
Mayor and members of the council, since it's kind of getting late, why don't we I'll work with the city manager and the city treasurer to bring back a resolution for a later agenda for you to adopt.
That would be fantastic. Because there's no way I could remember. No, I'm kidding. All right, well, with that, I think it's a wrap. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
You serve a very big, valuable role for us. Thank you. Yes, if we can table the council updates until next time.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I think we can do that.
Excellent.
We'll update later.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.